The Art of the Ancient Americas, From the Olmecs to the Incas, written by Hyavant, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to the Ancient Americas. The ancient Americas, long before the arrival of Europeans, were home to a diverse range of civilizations, each contributing to the rich cultural fabric of the region. From the Olmecs of Mesoamerica to the Incas of the Andes, these civilizations developed unique artistic traditions that have profoundly influenced the history of human creativity. Understanding their art requires exploring the context in which it was produced, the natural environments, societal structures, and spiritual beliefs that shaped their creative expression. Geographically, the Americas offered a range of diverse landscapes, from the dense jungles of Mesoamerica to the vast plains of North America and the high-altitude plateaus of the Andes. These varied ecosystems played a significant role in determining the materials available to ancient artists and the subjects they chose to represent. For instance, the dense forests of the Olmec heartland provided abundant materials for stone carving, while the arid deserts of the Nazca culture gave rise to the creation of large-scale geoglyphs. This geographical diversity also influenced the spiritual lives of these cultures. The interplay between the environment and belief systems gave rise to an art form deeply tied to cosmology, religion, and social hierarchies. Ancient American art was not created for personal or decorative purposes alone. Rather, it served as a tool for communication, a way to convey spiritual, political, and social messages. Art in these cultures often depicted the gods, rulers, or mythical figures and was closely tied to rituals, ceremonies, and political authority. For example, the Maya used art to communicate their complex cosmological beliefs, often creating intricate carvings and murals that reflected their understanding of the universe. Similarly, the Olmecs used monumental stone heads to honor leaders, suggesting that their art was also a way to project power and divine favor. Moreover, the ancient cultures of the Americas did not view art in isolation. It was deeply integrated into everyday life, shaping and reflecting the broader cultural, political, and religious practices of the time. The making and use of art was tied to both the physical and metaphysical worlds, symbolizing the connection between the people and their gods, the natural world, and the afterlife. This chapter sets the stage for exploring the remarkable art of ancient American civilizations, from the Olmec and Maya to the Incas. It is an introduction to the profound ways in which these cultures used art to communicate their values, beliefs, and social structures, laying the foundation for understanding their diverse and intricate artistic legacies. Overview of pre-Columbian civilizations. Pre-Columbian civilizations refer to the complex and diverse cultures that flourished in the Americas before the arrival of Christopher Columbus in 1492. These civilizations were spread across the vast expanse of the continent, each with its own distinct traditions, technological advancements, and artistic practices. From the monumental stone cities of the Maya to the intricate textiles of the Inca, the art and architecture of these societies reveal a deep connection to the environment, religion, and political power. In Mesoamerica, the Olmecs are often considered the first major civilization, laying the foundation for later cultures such as the Maya, Zapotecs, and Aztecs. The Olmecs are best known for their colossal stone heads, which were likely representations of rulers or deities. Their influence can be seen in the art and architecture of later Mesoamerican societies, particularly in the use of monumental stone sculptures and the development of writing systems. The Maya, a much later civilization, built impressive city-states across the Yucatan Peninsula and Central America. They created some of the most sophisticated art forms in the ancient Americas, including intricately carved stelae, murals, and codices, reflecting their advanced knowledge of astronomy and religion. To the south, the Andean civilizations, including the Nazca, Moche, and Inca, developed their own unique artistic traditions. The Moche, for example, were known for their realistic ceramic portrait vessels, which depicted individuals, including elites and deities, in great detail. The Inca, who created the largest empire in pre-Columbian America, produced stunning works of art, including textiles, pottery, and metalwork. Their art was not only a reflection of their religion, but also a tool of political propaganda, showcasing the power and divine right of the Inca rulers. One of the key characteristics of pre-Columbian civilizations was their ability to integrate art with daily life and spiritual practice. In many cultures, art was deeply tied to religion, serving as a means of communication with the divine. From the grand temples of Teotihuacan to the sacred tombs of the Maya, the art produced by these societies was often created for specific rituals or to honor gods and ancestors. Additionally, these civilizations were connected through vast trade networks that allowed for the exchange of goods, ideas, and artistic techniques, further enriching their cultural expressions. The art of pre-Columbian civilizations remains a testament to the creativity, innovation, and complexity of these ancient cultures, whose legacies continue to influence contemporary indigenous communities across the Americas. Geography and climate influences on art. Geography and climate played pivotal roles in shaping the art of pre-Columbian civilizations across the Americas. The diverse landscapes of the continent, ranging from tropical rainforests to high-altitude mountain ranges, not only influenced the daily lives of these societies, but also their artistic traditions. The natural environment provided both the materials and the inspiration for artistic expression, while the climate determined the types of structures and artworks that could be created. In Mesoamerica, for example, the tropical climate of the Olmec heartland and the Maya lowlands influenced the materials used in their art. The region's rich rainforests provided abundant stone, including basalt, which was used to carve the iconic colossal heads of the Olmecs. Similarly, the Maya utilized locally available limestone and stucco for their monumental architecture and intricate reliefs. The dense jungles also provided resources for textiles, weaving, and dyes, which were significant in Maya culture. These materials allowed the Maya to create vibrant murals, pottery, and codices that depicted gods, rulers, and daily life, which were deeply connected to their environment and agricultural cycles. Further south, in the Andean highlands, the harsh climate of the mountains shaped the art of civilizations like the Moche and the Inca. The Moche, living along the arid coastal plains of Peru, crafted lifelike ceramics, many of which depicted animals, humans, and daily life, influenced by the desert landscape and the nearby sea. The Inca, who inhabited the high-altitude regions of the Andes, used local stone to construct massive structures, such as the fortress of Sacsayhuaman, built with precisely cut stones that fit together without mortar. The cold, dry climate of the Andes preserved many of these monumental works, allowing us to study the artistic achievements of these civilizations today. The geography of the Americas also influenced the artistic materials available to different societies. The Amazon basin and the Central American lowlands, with their lush forests and rivers, provided abundant resources for the production of wood, feathers, and plant fibers, which were incorporated into art. In contrast, the Andean cultures, with their mountainous terrain, relied more on stone and metal for their artistic creations. These regional variations not only dictated the forms and materials of art, but also the themes depicted, as the artwork often reflected the culture's relationship with their environment, including animals, deities, and the cycles of nature. Thus, the geography and climate of the Americas directly shaped the art of ancient civilizations, influencing not just the materials and techniques they used, but also the symbolic meanings imbued in their creations. Understanding ancient art in context. To fully appreciate the art of ancient American civilizations, it is essential to understand it within its cultural, religious, and societal context. Art in these societies was not just a form of decoration or personal expression, but served as a critical medium for communicating values, beliefs, and power. Ancient American art was intrinsically linked to the everyday lives of the people, deeply intertwined with their rituals, cosmology, and social hierarchies. The meaning of these artworks can only be fully understood when placed within the specific cultural context of each civilization. In Mesoamerica, for example, art often had a religious or symbolic function. The Maya created elaborate murals, sculptures, and codices to represent their gods, rulers, and the cosmos. Their art reflected their deep understanding of astronomy, as many pieces were designed to convey the alignment of celestial bodies or the cyclical nature of time. The creation of monumental art, such as the massive stone stela at Maya cities, was a way to memorialize rulers and their divine right to rule. The carvings on these stones not only depicted royal figures, but often included astronomical and mythological references, illustrating the interconnectedness of the divine and the earthly realms. Similarly, the Olmec civilization, often considered the mother culture of Mesoamerica, created iconic art pieces such as the colossal heads that likely represented rulers or deities. These large stone sculptures were likely intended to convey power and divine legitimacy, reinforcing the social and political order. The artistic traditions of the Olmecs influenced later Mesoamerican cultures, such as the Zapotecs and Aztecs, who continued to use art as a tool for maintaining social order and political legitimacy. In the Andean region, art was equally tied to religious and political power. The Inca, for example, used art to solidify the power of the emperor and to communicate the divine order of the universe. Inca textiles, ceramics, and metalwork often featured symbolic designs such as the sun, which was central to their cosmology. The use of sacred materials, such as gold and silver, emphasized the connection between the rulers and the gods. Art in the Andes was also linked to agricultural cycles, with many artistic motifs related to fertility, crop cultivation, and the natural world. Understanding ancient American art in its context requires recognizing that it was an integral part of the societies that produced it. It was a language that conveyed deeper meanings, whether to honor the gods, celebrate rulers, or reflect the natural world. To truly grasp the significance of these works, one must look beyond their aesthetic qualities and consider the cultural, spiritual, and political landscapes in which they were created. The role of art in ritual and daily life. In ancient American civilizations, art was not just a form of aesthetic expression. It played a vital role in both ritual and daily life. It was deeply embedded in the spiritual and social fabric of these societies, reflecting their beliefs, values, and understanding of the cosmos. Art was often a means of communication with the divine, an expression of power, and a way to reinforce social hierarchies and cultural identity. From monumental sculptures to everyday objects, the purpose of art was intricately connected to the rituals, ceremonies, and daily activities that shaped life in these ancient cultures. In Mesoamerica, for example, art was a critical element of religious and state rituals. The Maya, for instance, used art in their elaborate religious ceremonies to communicate with the gods. Large stone monuments, such as stelae, were inscribed with intricate carvings depicting royal figures, gods, and significant events. These stelae were often placed in prominent public spaces, where they would serve not only as physical representations of divine authority, but also as powerful symbols during ritualistic offerings and ceremonies. The Maya also created codices, folded books made from bark paper, where they depicted elaborate scenes of gods, rulers, and mythological events, reinforcing their connection to the divine through visual storytelling. The Olmecs, regarded as the first major civilization of Mesoamerica, also used art for ritual purposes. Their colossal stone heads likely represented rulers or deities and were often placed in ceremonial centers. These monumental sculptures, along with other works of art like figurines and masks, were used in religious ceremonies and were believed to hold spiritual power. Art, in this case, served not only as a symbol of political power, but also as a way to establish divine protection and legitimacy. Similarly, in the Andes, art was central to religious life and the daily routines of people. The Inca, who viewed their emperor as a living god, used art as a means of reinforcing the connection between the ruler and the gods. Intricate textiles, often woven with symbolic patterns and colors, were created not just for everyday use, but also for ceremonial purposes. These textiles were worn during rituals to invoke the gods, and they also served as a means of marking social status. The Inca also created sacred objects, such as golden figurines and ceremonial vessels, which were used in rituals to honor deities and ensure agricultural prosperity. Art was equally significant in everyday life, serving both functional and symbolic purposes. For example, pottery, textiles, and tools were often decorated with patterns or symbols that reflected cultural beliefs, personal identity, or social roles. Everyday objects were not just utilitarian. They were infused with meaning, often linked to the cycles of life, fertility, and the natural world. Thus, art in the ancient Americas was not confined to the ceremonial or the elite, but was part of the lived experience of all people, connecting them to the spiritual world and to each other. Key themes and visual language. The art of the ancient Americas was rich in symbolism, and key themes played a central role in the visual language of these civilizations. These themes, expressed through a variety of mediums, ranging from sculpture and ceramics to textiles and murals, were deeply intertwined with the culture's religious beliefs, political systems, and relationships with the natural world. The visual language of these societies often served as a conduit for communicating complex ideas about the cosmos, power, and identity. One of the most prominent themes in ancient American art is the connection between humans, gods, and nature. Many civilizations, such as the Maya and the Inca, viewed the world as a place where the spiritual and physical realms were intertwined. This belief was often represented in art through the depiction of deities, mythical creatures, and natural elements like animals, plants, and celestial bodies. For example, the Maya frequently represented gods in human or animal form in their sculptures and codices, illustrating the gods' direct influence over natural events like harvests or celestial movements. The serpent, associated with the god Kukulkan, is a recurring motif in Maya art and symbolized both fertility and the cycles of life. In addition to religious themes, the concept of power and authority is another key visual language in ancient American art. Rulers were often depicted as divine or semi-divine figures, reflecting their sacred role as intermediaries between the gods and the people. In Mesoamerican cultures like the Olmecs and Aztecs, rulers were portrayed in art as larger-than-life figures, signifying their elevated status. The use of monumental art, such as the colossal heads of the Olmecs and the grand pyramids of Teotihuacan, conveyed the power and divine sanction of the rulers. The depiction of rulers in elaborate headdresses, adorned with precious materials, symbolized their authority and close connection to the divine. Cosmology and the cycles of life were also recurring themes in ancient American art. The Inca, for instance, emphasized the importance of agricultural cycles in their art, using the sun and moon as symbols of fertility and time. Inca textiles, often adorned with geometric patterns, represented the order of the cosmos and the cycles of life, death, and rebirth. These themes were also expressed in the creation of ceremonial objects and tomb art, where the representation of the afterlife was a key part of cultural belief systems. Art, in these instances, was a way of marking important life transitions from birth and marriage to death and the afterlife. Through these key themes and visual languages, the art of the ancient Americas conveyed deeply held cultural values, shaping and reflecting the ways in which these societies viewed the world and their place within it. It was a language of communication that transcended the need for written words, using imagery to express the profound connections between the divine, the ruler, and the natural world. Chapter 2. The Olmecs, the first great civilization. The Olmecs, often considered the mother culture of Mesoamerica, were the first major civilization to emerge in the region, laying the groundwork for many of the artistic, political, and religious traditions that would influence later cultures such as the Maya, Zapotecs, and Aztecs. Flourishing from around 1200 BCE to 400 BCE in the Gulf Coast region of present-day Mexico, the Olmecs developed an intricate society that excelled in architecture, sculpture, and the creation of symbolic art that would resonate for centuries to come. One of the most iconic elements of Olmec art is the colossal stone heads, which are among the most famous archaeological remains from the Olmec civilization. These heads, made of basalt and weighing several tons, are believed to represent rulers or deities, each one characterized by distinctive facial features and elaborate headdresses. The heads reflect the Olmecs' advanced stoneworking techniques and the importance of rulers in their society. These sculptures, along with other monumental works, were likely used to legitimize political power and show divine favor. The Olmecs' expertise in monumental sculpture set the stage for the large-scale public works that would later characterize other Mesoamerican cultures. In addition to the colossal heads, the Olmecs created numerous smaller figurines, masks, and carvings, often made from jade, clay, and other materials. These artifacts were often used in rituals or as offerings to the gods. The Olmecs had a strong connection to the spiritual world, and their art frequently depicted gods, mythical beings, and animals. Jaguars, in particular, were a recurring motif in Olmec art, symbolizing power and strength. The Olmecs also produced some of the earliest known examples of writing in the Americas, with inscriptions found on stelae and other objects. These early written symbols may have been used to mark important events or to communicate with the divine. Olmec art, however, was not limited to monumental works. The civilization's artistry extended to the creation of beautifully crafted ceramics, including bowls, figurines, and effigies. Their pottery often featured intricate designs and motifs that combined natural forms with symbolic meaning, further emphasizing their connection to both the earth and the gods. The Olmec legacy is also evident in their influence on later Mesoamerican cultures. The Olmecs' religious practices, including the worship of the jaguar and the importance of rulers as divine intermediaries, were echoed in the art and mythology of the Maya, Aztecs, and others. Through their artistic innovations and spiritual beliefs, the Olmecs laid the foundation for the complex civilizations that would follow, making their contributions to art and culture an essential part of the Mesoamerican legacy. Origins and development of Olmec culture. The origins of the Olmec culture are still the subject of ongoing scholarly research, but it is widely agreed that the civilization began to take shape around 1200 BCE in the tropical lowlands of present-day Mexico, specifically in the Gulf Coast region. The Olmec are often regarded as the first major civilization in Mesoamerica, and their cultural developments laid the foundation for later societies such as the Maya, Zapotecs, and Aztecs. Despite their relatively early emergence, the Olmecs demonstrated remarkable achievements in art, architecture, and societal organization that would influence Mesoamerican civilizations for centuries. The precise origins of the Olmec people remain unclear, though some scholars believe they may have been influenced by earlier cultures in the region, such as the pre-Olmec societies that lived in the Olmec heartland. It is possible that the Olmec were not a single, unified ethnic group, but rather a collection of different peoples who shared similar cultural practices and beliefs. The development of Olmec society was likely shaped by the fertile and diverse environment of the Gulf Coast, where rivers provided abundant resources, allowing for the growth of agriculture, trade, and complex social structures. The Olmec economy was based on the cultivation of crops like maize, beans, and squash, as well as the exploitation of natural resources such as rubber, jade, and obsidian, which were used in their art and for trade. The early stages of Olmec civilization were marked by the establishment of large ceremonial centers, such as San Lorenzo and La Venta. These centers were characterized by monumental architecture, including the famous colossal stone heads, which are thought to represent rulers or deities. The Olmec's expertise in stone carving, as well as their ability to move massive stones over long distances, demonstrates their advanced engineering skills. These ceremonial centers also featured platforms, pyramids, and ball courts, which were used for religious and political rituals. Over time, Olmec society became more hierarchical and centralized, with a ruling elite at the top. The role of religion and the divine in the Olmec world cannot be overstated. Art, architecture, and ritual practices were all closely tied to spiritual beliefs. The Olmecs are believed to have worshipped a pantheon of gods, with certain animals, such as the jaguar, playing central roles in their mythology. The artistic motifs they produced, including images of jaguars and other supernatural creatures, were imbued with religious and symbolic significance, reinforcing the connection between the physical world and the divine. By around 400 BCE, the Olmec civilization began to decline, possibly due to environmental factors, internal conflict, or the shifting of trade routes. However, the influence of Olmec culture continued to reverberate throughout Mesoamerica, particularly in the religious and artistic practices of later civilizations. The Olmec legacy remains one of the foundational pillars of Mesoamerican culture, marking them as one of the most significant early civilizations in the Americas. Olmec art, stylistic features and mediums. Olmec art is characterized by its distinctive and highly symbolic style, which played a central role in the cultural and religious life of the civilization. The Olmecs were skilled in a variety of artistic mediums, including stone, jade, ceramics, and other materials. Their art often conveyed complex religious, political, and social messages, with a focus on themes such as power, divine authority, and the natural world. The stylistic features and mediums used by the Olmecs are key to understanding their society and the ways in which they express their worldview. One of the most recognizable elements of Olmec art is the colossal stone heads, which are thought to represent rulers or deities. These monumental sculptures, often weighing several tons and measuring up to 10 feet in height, are crafted from basalt, a stone that had to be transported over long distances from distant quarries. The heads are distinguished by their exaggerated facial features, including flat noses, wide mouths, and thick lips, often wearing elaborate headdresses. The heads convey both the physical power and divine authority of the individuals they represent, and their placement at ceremonial centers emphasizes the centrality of rulers in Olmec society. In addition to the colossal heads, Olmec art includes a variety of smaller sculptures, such as figurines, masks, and stelae, often made from materials like jade, clay, and basalt. Jade, in particular, was highly prized and frequently used to create objects of religious and ceremonial significance. The Olmecs crafted intricate jade figurines, which often depicted gods, humans, or supernatural beings, reflecting the culture's deep connection to the spiritual world. These pieces were likely used in rituals or as offerings to the gods. The Olmec also created jadeite masks, which were often associated with burial practices and were placed in tombs to honor the deceased and ensure their passage into the afterlife. The Olmecs were also known for their skill in ceramics, producing finely crafted pottery that featured both functional and decorative elements. Their pottery included bowls, figurines, and effigies, often decorated with symbolic motifs related to the natural world, such as animals, plants, and celestial bodies. These motifs reflect the Olmec belief in the interconnectedness of all things and their reverence for the forces of nature. The figurines, in particular, are thought to represent deities or ancestors and were often used in rituals to maintain balance between the human and divine worlds. In their art, the Olmecs employed a distinctive visual language with an emphasis on stylized forms and symbolic motifs. The use of exaggerated facial features, animal imagery, and geometric patterns conveyed deeper meanings about power, spirituality, and the relationship between humans and the natural world. The artistic achievements of the Olmec civilization reflect their advanced understanding of materials, craftsmanship, and the importance of art in expressing both the tangible and intangible aspects of their culture. The colossal heads, meaning and mystery. The colossal heads of the Olmec civilization are among the most iconic and mysterious artifacts from ancient Mesoamerica. These massive stone sculptures, some weighing several tons and reaching over 9 feet in height, are one of the defining features of Olmec art. Found primarily at ceremonial centers such as San Lorenzo and La Venta, the heads are believed to represent rulers or important figures in Olmec society. However, the exact meaning and purpose of these sculptures remain a subject of debate among archaeologists and historians, adding an air of mystery to their cultural significance. The colossal heads are characterized by their distinctive facial features, including broad, flat noses, wide mouths, thick lips, and elaborate headdresses, often suggesting the figures were wearing helmets or headgear. These features are exaggerated in a way that suggests they were meant to convey strength, authority, and possibly divine association. Scholars believe that the heads were likely representations of powerful rulers, with each sculpture serving as a monumental commemoration of the individual's status and importance in Olmec society. The heads may have functioned as symbols of leadership, reinforcing the divine right of rulers and the belief that these figures were intermediaries between the human and the spiritual realms. The choice of material for these colossal heads adds to their significance. The Olmecs sourced the basalt used for the sculptures from distant quarries, sometimes hundreds of miles away, highlighting the advanced engineering and logistical skills required to transport the massive stones. The labor-intensive process of carving and moving the colossal heads speaks to the importance placed on these sculptures by the Olmec elite and their desire to create lasting symbols of power and religious devotion. The sheer size and weight of the heads also suggest they were intended to be displayed in public spaces, such as plazas or ceremonial centers, where they would be seen by large audiences and serve as focal points for religious or political events. While the heads are generally thought to represent rulers, the exact identity of these figures remains uncertain, and their purpose is still debated. Some scholars suggest that the heads may have also served a ritualistic function, representing the gods or other supernatural beings in Olmec cosmology. Others believe the heads could have been used to mark significant locations, acting as territorial markers or symbols of the Olmec's power over vast regions. Ultimately, the colossal heads remain enigmatic, with their full meaning and purpose still open to interpretation. However, what is clear is that these sculptures reflect the advanced artistic, religious, and political sophistication of the Olmec civilization, capturing a moment in time when art, power, and spirituality were intricately intertwined. Ceremonial and religious imagery. Ceremonial and religious imagery was a central aspect of Olmec art, reflecting the deep spiritual beliefs and rituals that permeated every facet of their society. The Olmecs held a complex worldview in which the natural, supernatural, and divine realms were intricately interconnected. Their art was not only a form of aesthetic expression, but also a medium for conveying religious messages, honoring the gods, and reinforcing social order. Through imagery of deities, mythical creatures, and ceremonial objects, the Olmecs communicated their understanding of the cosmos, power, and human existence. A recurring theme in Olmec religious imagery is the representation of powerful and symbolic animals, many of which held significant spiritual meaning. The jaguar, in particular, was a dominant motif in Olmec art, often depicted in both human and animal forms. This creature was associated with power, strength, and mysticism, believed to be a link between the material world and the spiritual realm. The Olmecs likely saw the jaguar as a totemic animal or a manifestation of divine forces, representing the ability to transcend the earthly plane. Sculptures and figurines often feature jaguar motifs, and the famous jaguar man figures show the merging of human and animal traits, symbolizing the transformation between the earthly and the divine. The gods of the Olmec pantheon were often depicted in their art as hybrid beings, combining human features with those of animals or other supernatural creatures. These deities were believed to possess great power and were central to Olmec religious practices. The Olmec also created intricate figurines, masks, and effigies, which likely had ritualistic purposes. These objects were often made of jade, which was regarded as a sacred material. These sacred objects were used in ceremonies and offerings to honor the gods and to ensure divine favor for agricultural fertility, political stability, and social harmony. The symbolism embedded in these pieces was integral to Olmec ceremonies, which would have included processions, sacrifices, and other rituals designed to invoke the gods and maintain cosmic balance. In addition to animals and gods, celestial imagery also played an important role in Olmec art. The Olmecs were keenly aware of the movements of the stars, the sun, and the moon, which influenced their agricultural practices and religious observances. Some of their artworks, including the depictions of heads, may have been designed to reflect astronomical alignments or to honor the gods associated with celestial events. The ceremonial and religious imagery of the Olmecs thus reveals a culture deeply connected to its spiritual beliefs, using art to express the divine order of the universe. This imagery was not only meant to honor the gods, but also to reinforce the social and political hierarchies that structured Olmec society, emphasizing the role of rulers as intermediaries between the divine and earthly realms. Through this powerful and symbolic visual language, the Olmec civilization left a lasting legacy in the artistic traditions of Mesoamerica. Legacy and influence on later civilizations. The Olmec civilization, despite its relatively short duration, left an indelible mark on the development of later Mesoamerican cultures. As the first major civilization in the region, the Olmecs are often referred to as the mother culture of Mesoamerica due to their pioneering contributions to art, religion, and societal organization, which influenced successive civilizations such as the Maya, Zapotec, and Aztec. Their innovations in architecture, sculpture, writing, and ceremonial practices set the stage for the cultural and artistic achievements that would follow. One of the most enduring aspects of the Olmec legacy is their artistic style, particularly in monumental sculpture. The colossal stone heads, which are among the most iconic artifacts of the Olmec civilization, influenced later Mesoamerican societies that also produced large-scale stone monuments. The Maya, for instance, created similar stelae and sculptures to commemorate rulers and significant events, using a comparable approach to symbolic representation. The Olmec's use of jade as a material for ceremonial objects also had a lasting impact, as it was highly prized by later civilizations, including the Maya and Aztecs, who associated it with wealth, power, and divine favor. In terms of religious practices, the Olmecs introduced many themes and motifs that would be echoed by later cultures. The worship of jaguar gods seen in Olmec art influenced the mythology of later civilizations, particularly the Maya, who also associated jaguars with power and the supernatural. The concept of rulers as divine intermediaries, central to Olmec ideology, became a foundational belief for later Mesoamerican societies. The Maya, for example, saw their rulers as living gods, and this notion was reflected in their art, architecture, and political organization. The Olmecs also played a significant role in the development of Mesoamerican writing and calendar systems. While the full extent of Olmec writing is still debated, their early use of glyphs and symbols to record important events and ideas laid the groundwork for the more sophisticated writing systems of the Maya and Zapotecs. Additionally, the Olmecs' awareness of celestial movements and their integration of astronomy into their art and architecture influenced the development of complex calendar systems, which would later be refined by the Maya. Finally, the Olmecs' establishment of ceremonial centers, such as San Lorenzo and La Venta, provided a model for urban planning and religious architecture that influenced later Mesoamerican cultures. The creation of large, organized centers for religious, political, and social activities became a hallmark of Mesoamerican civilization, as seen in the great cities of the Maya and Aztec empires. Through these lasting contributions, the Olmec civilization's legacy shaped the course of Mesoamerican history, laying the foundation for the cultural, religious, and artistic developments that would define the region for centuries. Chapter 3: The Maya, Masters of Architecture and Iconography. The Maya civilization, which flourished between 2000 BCE and 1500 CE, is renowned for its impressive achievements in architecture, art, and iconography. The Maya were master builders, creating complex cities and monumental structures, and their art was deeply integrated into their religious and political life. They left behind an enduring legacy in the form of intricate pyramids, palaces, temples, and a rich tradition of iconographic imagery that reflects their advanced understanding of the cosmos, their rulers, and their gods. Maya architecture is among the most recognizable elements of their civilization. The Maya built grand cities, often in the dense jungles of present-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras. Cities like Tikal, Palenque, Copan, and Calakmul were home to towering pyramids, large plazas, and ball courts, each structure serving both practical and ceremonial purposes. The step pyramids, with their vast platforms and stairways, were not only architectural marvels, but also served as the focal points for religious rituals and astronomical observations. These pyramids, often dedicated to gods or rulers, were constructed with precise alignments to celestial events, reflecting the Maya's deep knowledge of astronomy and their belief in the cyclical nature of time. Iconography played a central role in Maya art, where images and symbols conveyed complex religious, political, and cosmic themes. The Maya developed a highly sophisticated system of hieroglyphic writing, which was used to document historical events, political relations, and divine events. Their written language was often accompanied by rich iconographic representations on stela, murals, pottery, and codices. These images depicted gods, mythological creatures, and rulers in ceremonial settings, often with elaborate headdresses, regalia, and symbolic attributes. One of the most significant aspects of Maya iconography was the representation of the ruler as a divine figure. Maya rulers were often shown in their art as intermediaries between the gods and the people, possessing divine power that was reflected in their appearance and ceremonial attire. Their images were carefully constructed to reinforce their role as both political and spiritual leaders, often depicted in rituals or in association with gods. In addition, the Maya portrayed their gods as anthropomorphic beings, blending human and animal features, as seen in deities like the rain god Chak or the maize god, whose depictions conveyed the interconnectedness of nature, the divine, and human life. The Maya also employed iconography to depict the cosmic order, with symbols for the sun, moon, stars, and the underworld frequently appearing in their art. These symbols were not only decorative, but held profound religious significance, as the Maya believed that the universe was governed by powerful forces, and their rulers played a key role in maintaining harmony between these forces. Through their architectural marvels and sophisticated iconography, the Maya left a lasting cultural imprint. Their ability to blend religion, politics, and art in a harmonious way marked them as one of the most advanced civilizations of the ancient world, and their monuments and imagery continue to captivate and inspire scholars and visitors alike. The rise of Maya civilization. The rise of the Maya civilization marks one of the most significant developments in pre-Columbian Mesoamerican history. Emerging around 2000 BCE in the tropical lowlands of present-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and Honduras, the Maya people gradually transformed from scattered agricultural communities into one of the most advanced and influential civilizations in the Americas. The roots of Maya culture can be traced to earlier groups such as the Olmecs, but it was the Maya who fully developed many of the cultural, artistic, and intellectual achievements that would define Mesoamerica for centuries. The early stages of Maya civilization saw the establishment of small agrarian villages that grew in complexity over time. Agriculture, particularly the cultivation of maize, was the cornerstone of Maya society, and the fertile soils of the lowlands allowed for the growth of surplus crops. This agricultural foundation supported an increasingly dense population, leading to the development of larger, more complex settlements. As these communities expanded, the need for centralized leadership and coordination grew, fostering the rise of early city-states. By around 1000 BCE, the first Maya cities began to emerge, with ceremonial centers such as Nakbe and El Mirador in the northern Petén region of Guatemala. These early cities were characterized by monumental architecture, including large pyramids, plazas, and ball courts, which reflected the importance of religion and ritual in Maya society. These early cities also marked the beginning of the Maya's architectural expertise, which would later be refined into the grand structures that became symbols of Maya power and religious devotion. During the pre-classic period, 1000 BCE to 250 CE, the Maya developed many of the features that would define their civilization. They began to form complex social hierarchies with powerful rulers and elites who commanded both religious and political authority. This era also saw the emergence of Maya writing and the use of hieroglyphic symbols, which allowed the Maya to document important events, reigns, and divine relationships. The Maya calendar system, based on astronomical observations, also began to take shape, reflecting the culture's deep understanding of the cosmos and its influence on both earthly and spiritual matters. The peak of Maya civilization, known as the Classic Period, 250 CE to 900 CE, saw the growth of numerous city-states, each with its own ruler, temples, and monumental architecture. Cities like Tikal, Palenque, and Copan became powerful centers of culture, commerce, and political influence. These cities were connected by vast trade networks, which facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and artistic styles. The Classic Period was marked by impressive advancements in architecture, mathematics, astronomy, and art, laying the foundation for the Maya civilization's enduring legacy. The rise of the Maya civilization is a testament to the ingenuity and resilience of a people who, over centuries, developed a rich cultural tradition that would leave an indelible mark on the history of Mesoamerica. Through their advanced systems of governance, art, religion, and science, the Maya were able to create a civilization that continues to fascinate and inspire scholars and visitors today. Maya architecture and urban planning. Maya architecture and urban planning are among the most remarkable achievements of the ancient world, reflecting the civilization's advanced understanding of engineering, design, and spatial organization. The Maya developed intricate cities that blended functionality, religious symbolism, and astronomical alignment, making their architectural legacy both practical and spiritually profound. Their urban centers were often composed of monumental structures, ceremonial plazas, and interconnected buildings designed to serve both the daily needs of the people and the religious, political, and social rituals of the elite. The Maya cityscape was typically organized around a central plaza where the most important buildings, including temples, palaces, and pyramids, were located. These cities, such as Tikal, Palenque, and Copan, were built with a keen attention to the natural environment, making use of the region's limestone and other locally available materials. The structures themselves were often constructed using a technique known as corbelling, where stones were layered inward, creating arches and vaulted ceilings without the need for mortar. The results were massive, sturdy structures that could withstand the test of time, many of which still stand today as a testament to the Maya's architectural expertise. One of the most iconic features of Maya architecture is the step pyramid, which served as both a temple and a monumental symbol of the ruler's divine authority. These pyramids were often dedicated to gods or ancestors and served as the focal point for religious ceremonies. The pyramids were frequently aligned with celestial events, such as solstices and equinoxes, demonstrating the Maya's advanced knowledge of astronomy. For instance, The Pyramid of Kukulkan at Chichen Itza was designed to create a dramatic visual effect during the equinox, when shadows cast by the setting sun appear to form a serpent descending the pyramid's steps, symbolizing the god Kukulkan. Maya urban planning also reflected their understanding of the cosmos and the organization of space. Cities were often designed with specific spatial arrangements that symbolized the structure of the universe, such as placing the most important structures, like temples or the palace, at the center of the city, signifying the connection between the divine and earthly realms. The cities were typically laid out with a strong emphasis on ceremonial purposes, with wide plazas for public gatherings, ball courts for ritualistic games, and pyramids that aligned with celestial events. These elements created a sense of order and meaning in the Maya cities, which served not only as political hubs but as spiritual centers. In addition to religious and ceremonial structures, Maya architecture included residential areas, marketplaces, and administrative buildings, all designed to support the functions of the growing city-states. The use of terraces, drainage systems, and reservoirs to manage water, particularly in the dense jungles, demonstrates the Mayas' ability to adapt their architecture to the environment. Overall, Maya architecture and urban planning were not only feats of engineering, but also deeply embedded with religious and cultural significance. The cities they built were reflections of their cosmological beliefs, political power, and social structures, leaving a legacy that continues to inspire admiration and study. Iconography in Maya art. Maya art is deeply interwoven with symbolism, and its iconography provides a window into the civilization's spiritual beliefs, political structures, and worldview. The Maya were masters at using visual language to convey complex ideas, and their art was not simply decorative, but a means of communicating messages about the gods, rulers, and cosmic order. Their iconography was expressed in a variety of media, including stela, murals, ceramics, and codices, and it often served to reinforce the divine authority of the ruler and the interconnectedness between the earthly and supernatural realms. Central to Maya iconography is the depiction of gods and supernatural beings. The Maya pantheon was vast, with gods representing various aspects of nature, the elements, and celestial bodies. One of the most significant figures in Maya art is the rain god, Chak, who is often portrayed with a long, curved nose and fangs. He is usually depicted holding a lightning axe, which symbolizes his power to summon rain, crucial for the agricultural cycles. Other important deities included the maize god, who represented fertility and the cycles of growth, and the sun god, Kinich Ahau, who was often shown with a radiant face and elaborate headdress. These gods were depicted in human or anthropomorphic forms, often surrounded by symbolic elements that reinforced their power and influence. Maya rulers were frequently shown in art as divine figures, embodying both political and religious authority. Their images were carefully crafted to emphasize their status as intermediaries between the gods and the people. Rulers were often depicted in elaborate costumes, wearing jaguar pelts, feathered headdresses, and ceremonial regalia, which reinforced their role as the earthly representatives of the divine. These depictions were common on stelae and murals, where rulers were shown performing rituals, engaging in warfare, or interacting with gods. Their appearance in art emphasized their connection to the divine and their central role in maintaining the cosmic order. Symbolic creatures and mythological beings were also central to Maya iconography. Jaguars, serpents, and birds were commonly used to represent the power, mystery, and danger of the supernatural world. The feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, was a prominent symbol in Mesoamerican cultures, and the Maya also portrayed this creature in their art, associating it with life, death, and rebirth. In addition to these animal motifs, the Maya often used symbols of the underworld, such as skulls and death imagery, to convey the cyclical nature of life and the importance of rituals to appease the gods and ensure cosmic harmony. Maya art also reflected their understanding of time and the cosmos. Many pieces incorporated symbolic representations of the sun, moon, stars, and other celestial bodies, reflecting the Maya's sophisticated knowledge of astronomy. The movements of these celestial bodies were integral to the Maya calendar, and art served as a tool to document and interpret these cosmic events. In essence, Maya iconography was a visual language that communicated the fundamental aspects of Maya life, religion, politics, and the cosmos. Through their art, the Maya created a world where gods, rulers, and nature were intertwined, and every image was carefully constructed to convey deeper meanings about power, creation, and the cycles of life. The role of the gods in cosmology in art. In Maya civilization, the gods in cosmology played a central role in shaping not only their religious beliefs, but also their art. The Maya saw the universe as a complex, interconnected system where the divine and the human realms intersected, and art was one of the primary ways to communicate this understanding. Their pantheon of gods and their intricate cosmological framework were reflected in the symbolism and imagery of their artistic creations, which were often imbued with sacred meaning. Through art, the Maya expressed their reverence for the gods and sought to maintain the balance between the forces of nature, the heavens, and the underworld. The Maya believed that their world was made up of three realms: the celestial heavens, the earthly plane, and the underworld. These realms were not separate but interconnected, and the gods presided over each aspect of the universe. The depiction of gods in Maya art often reflected their dominion over these realms and their direct involvement in human affairs. For example, the rain god was depicted as a powerful figure with the ability to control the rains and ensure agricultural fertility, which was vital to Maya survival. Similarly, the maize god, a central figure in Maya cosmology, symbolized life, death, and rebirth, with his journey through the cycles of growth and decay represented in the imagery of the earth and the harvest. One of the most important roles of the gods in Maya art was their connection to the ruler. Maya rulers were seen not only as political leaders, but also as divine intermediaries between the gods and the people. Art was often used to reinforce this connection, with rulers depicted in art as powerful figures engaged in rituals that were meant to honor the gods, ensure agricultural fertility, and maintain cosmic balance. Rulers were often shown with attributes such as elaborate headdresses and ceremonial regalia, symbols of their divine authority. Through these depictions, the Maya communicated the idea that the ruler's power was not solely political, but divinely sanctioned, reinforcing their role as conduits between the divine and earthly realms. Maya art also represented the cycles of the cosmos, particularly the movements of celestial bodies such as the sun, moon, and stars. These movements were understood to be signs of the god's will, and the art was often used to document and interpret these celestial events. The Maya had a deep understanding of time, and their complex calendar systems reflected the cyclical nature of the universe. Artifacts such as stelae, murals, and codices often depicted the gods in relation to celestial events, reinforcing the idea that human life was intimately connected to the cosmos. Ultimately, the gods and cosmology were central themes in Maya art, shaping its visual language and the way it was used to communicate important religious and political messages. Through their art, the Maya expressed a worldview in which the divine, the human, and the natural realms were intertwined, and their artistic depictions of gods and cosmic forces continue to provide insight into their rich spiritual and cultural heritage. Maya ceramics, sculpture, and codices. Maya ceramics, sculpture, and codices are among the most significant forms of artistic expression in Maya culture, offering invaluable insights into their religious beliefs, social structures, and daily life. These art forms were not only aesthetically important, but were also integral to the Maya's religious practices, historical record-keeping, and cultural identity. Each medium, while distinct, worked in tandem to convey complex narratives about the gods, rulers, and cosmic forces that shaped the Maya world. Ceramics were ubiquitous in Maya life, with pottery serving both functional and ceremonial purposes. The Maya crafted a variety of ceramic objects, including bowls, plates, and vases. many of which were intricately decorated with painted or incised designs. These designs often featured gods, animals, mythological creatures, and scenes of daily life. Ceramics were used in domestic settings for food storage and preparation, as well as in rituals. Particularly in the post-classic period, Maya ceramics played an important role in the funerary practices of the elite, as beautifully decorated vessels were placed in tombs to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. The artistic decoration on these ceramics was rich in symbolism, and motifs such as the maize god or the jaguar were commonly featured, reinforcing the Mayas' beliefs in the cyclical nature of life and death. Sculpture, particularly monumental sculpture, was another hallmark of Maya art. The most iconic examples of Maya sculpture are the large stone stelae and altars that adorn their cities. These stelae often depicted rulers, gods, and important historical events, and they were typically erected in public spaces to commemorate key moments in Maya history. The rulers were frequently shown in elaborate headdresses and ceremonial attire, performing rituals or engaging in warfare, symbolizing their divine authority and power. These sculptures were more than just representations of individuals. They were a way to communicate the political and spiritual narrative of a city or dynasty, reinforcing the ruler's connection to the gods and the importance of maintaining cosmic order. Codices, or painted manuscripts, are another important form of Maya art, although far fewer have survived due to the fragile nature of the materials. Made from bark paper or deerskin, these codices were folded accordion style and often illustrated with colorful images and glyphs. Codices were used to record historical events, genealogies, and astronomical observations. They also depicted gods, rituals, and mythological stories, creating a visual record of the Mayas' religious and cultural beliefs. The Dresden Codex, one of the most famous surviving examples, is a rich source of information about Maya astronomy, including detailed depictions of the moon, Venus, and other celestial bodies. Together, these art forms reflect the Mayas' deep connection to their environment, their gods, and their rulers. Whether through the practical use of ceramics, the grandeur of monumental sculpture, or the informative illustrations in codices, these artistic expressions serve both as a means of communication and as a reflection of the Maya worldview. Through these objects, the Maya were able to document their history, honor their gods, and maintain a sense of continuity in their cosmological and cultural beliefs. Chapter 4: The Teotihuacanos, Builders of a Sacred City. Teotihuacan, one of the most influential and awe-inspiring civilizations in ancient Mesoamerica, was a center of culture, religion, and politics. Flourishing between 100 BCE and 650 CE, Teotihuacan's legacy endures through its monumental architecture, art, and the deep influence it exerted over the region. The Teotihuacanos, the people who built and inhabited the city, were highly skilled architects, engineers, and artists, creating a society that was both highly organized and spiritually dedicated. Their city was not just a hub of political power, but also a sacred center that reflected their cosmological beliefs. Teotihuacan's urban planning and architecture were remarkable feats of engineering. The city was meticulously organized along a grid system, with wide, straight avenues that aligned with key astronomical events. The central axis of the city, known as the Avenue of the Dead, was flanked by some of the most impressive structures in Mesoamerica, including the Pyramid of the Sun, the Pyramid of the Moon, and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, also known as the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. These monumental pyramids were built to align with celestial events such as the solstices, a testament to the Teotihuacanos' advanced knowledge of astronomy and their belief in the cosmic forces that shape their world. The pyramids were not only architectural feats, but also served as sites for ritual practices, emphasizing the connection between the earthly and divine realms. The layout of the city itself mirrored the Teotihuacanos' cosmological understanding. The city's north-south axis was associated with the sun, while the east-west axis was linked to the moon. This arrangement symbolized the balance between opposing forces in the universe, a concept central to Teotihuacan's worldview. The city's urban core contained temples, palaces, residential areas, and workshops, demonstrating a society where religion, politics, and commerce were deeply interconnected. Teotihuacan's art and iconography were equally influential, reflecting both religious devotion and the political power of the ruling elite. Wall murals, ceramics, and sculptures depicted gods, animals, and supernatural beings, often in vibrant colors and elaborate forms. One of the most iconic representations of Teotihuacan's religious symbolism is the image of the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, whose presence in murals and sculptures reflected the importance of this deity in Teotihuacan religion. The gods were not merely objects of worship, but were believed to shape the natural world, and the Teotihuacanos' art conveyed their reverence for these forces. Despite its grandeur, the precise reasons for Teotihuacan's decline remain mysterious. By the 7th century, the city experienced a significant collapse, possibly due to internal conflict, environmental factors, or a shift in trade routes. However, the cultural influence of Teotihuacan continued to resonate throughout Mesoamerica, as its architectural and artistic traditions were emulated by later civilizations, including the Toltecs and the Aztecs. The Teotihuacanos, through their creation of a sacred, monumental city, left an indelible mark on Mesoamerican history. Their achievements in urban planning, architecture, and art continue to inspire awe, and their spiritual vision of the world, expressed through the design of their city and the art that adorned it, remains a testament to their sophisticated understanding of the cosmos and their place within it. Teotihuacan's cultural and political influence. Teotihuacan's cultural and political influence reached far beyond the city itself, shaping the course of Mesoamerican history for centuries. As one of the largest and most powerful cities in pre-Columbian America, Teotihuacan's impact on neighboring civilizations was profound. Its monumental architecture, sophisticated urban planning, and religious iconography resonated across Mesoamerica, with the city serving as a model for both political organization and cultural expression. Teotihuacan's political influence was primarily exerted through its role as a dominant center of power and its trade networks. The city's strategic location, nestled in the Valley of Mexico, allowed it to control important trade routes, facilitating the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies with other regions. It is believed that Teotihuacan was an economic powerhouse, trading obsidian, ceramics, and textiles with distant regions such as the Maya lowlands, Oaxaca, and the Gulf Coast. The reach of its trade network expanded its cultural influence, as items associated with Teotihuacan's artistic styles were found in sites as far afield as Guatemala and the Yucatan Peninsula. Politically, Teotihuacan operated as a centralized and highly organized city-state, although the specifics of its political structure remain elusive due to the lack of written records. The city was likely governed by a collective leadership, perhaps composed of a council of elites, rather than a single ruler, which was a unique feature compared to other Mesoamerican civilizations. This system of governance, however, did not diminish the city's power or prestige. Teotihuacan's political influence is most clearly seen in the way later cultures, especially the Toltecs and the Aztecs, adopted and adapted Teotihuacan's practices, architecture, and religious symbolism. The cultural influence of Teotihuacan is perhaps most visible in its art and religious iconography. The city's distinctive artistic styles, particularly the depiction of the feathered serpent deity, Quetzalcoatl, became widespread throughout Mesoamerica. The Maya, for example, incorporated Teotihuacan-style motifs in their ceramics and murals, while the Toltecs constructed their own feathered serpent pyramids, mirroring Teotihuacan's sacred architecture. This exchange of cultural elements helped to cement Teotihuacan's role as a cultural touchstone for subsequent civilizations. Teotihuacan also had a lasting impact on the religious and cosmological outlook of later societies. The city's focus on celestial alignment and the interrelationship between the gods and natural forces influenced the religious practices of future cultures. The architectural designs, such as the alignment of the Pyramid of the Sun with key astronomical events, set a precedent for other Mesoamerican civilizations to follow, including the Maya and the Aztecs, who built their own grand pyramids with similar astronomical significance. In summary, Teotihuacan's cultural and political influence shaped the trajectory of Mesoamerican civilizations, both in terms of governance and religious expression. Its architectural innovations, art, and religious practices were adopted by later societies, ensuring that the legacy of Teotihuacan continued to reverberate long after the city's decline. The city's role as a center of cultural exchange and political power left an indelible mark on the history of Mesoamerica. Artistic styles and techniques of Teotihuacan. The artistic styles and techniques of Teotihuacan reflect the city's sophisticated culture and its central role in shaping the artistic traditions of Mesoamerica. Known for its grandeur and meticulous craftsmanship, Teotihuacan art was diverse, ranging from monumental sculptures and murals to intricate pottery and small decorative objects. This artistic output was not only a reflection of the city's aesthetic values, but also a powerful tool for reinforcing its political and religious ideologies. One of the defining characteristics of Teotihuacan art is its use of vivid colors and bold geometric patterns. Mural painting was one of the most prominent forms of artistic expression in the city, and the murals found in places like the Palace of the Governor and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, Quetzalcoatl, are among the best preserved examples of Teotihuacan art. These murals often depict gods, ritual scenes, and cosmic symbols, rendered in bright reds, blues, yellows, and blacks. The use of color and symbolism in these murals was meant to communicate powerful religious and political messages, illustrating the connection between the rulers, the gods, and the cosmos. Teotihuacan sculpture was another important medium, with the city being home to some of the most impressive and iconic monuments in Mesoamerica. The most well-known example is the colossal heads of the feathered serpent, which are believed to represent the gods or rulers of Teotihuacan. These large stone sculptures were not only impressive feats of engineering and artistry, but also deeply symbolic. Many of the city's monumental stone carvings, including the large pyramids and the detailed murals inside temples, were aligned with celestial events, demonstrating the Teotihuacan people's understanding of astronomy and their efforts to incorporate these cosmic alignments into their architecture and artistic representation. Teotihuacan's ceramic art is also notable for its finely crafted pottery, which was produced in a variety of forms, including figurines, plates, bowls, and incense burners. The ceramics of Teotihuacan were typically decorated with intricate designs, often featuring geometric patterns, abstract motifs, and depictions of gods, animals, and supernatural beings. The ceramics were made using both the red and orange slip painting techniques, which were common in Teotihuacan. Many pieces were functional, but others, especially those used in religious ceremonies, were highly decorated and served as offerings or as ritual objects. The technique of using molds to produce ceramic objects was another significant advancement in Teotihuacan's pottery production, enabling the mass production of standardized forms such as figurines and incense burners. These objects often featured faces or forms inspired by Teotihuacan's religious deities, particularly the feathered serpent, who was a central figure in their pantheon. In summary, the artistic styles and techniques of Teotihuacan were sophisticated and deeply tied to the city's religious and political identity. Through their murals, sculptures, and ceramics, the Teotihuacanos created a visual language that conveyed their beliefs about the gods, the cosmos, and the importance of ritual in maintaining balance in the world. Their use of color, symbolism, and innovative techniques influenced many subsequent Mesoamerican cultures, ensuring that the artistic legacy of Teotihuacan lived on for generations. The Pyramid of the Sun and the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. Two of the most iconic and significant structures at Teotihuacan are the Pyramid of the Sun and the Temple of Quetzalcoatl. each representing the city's deep religious and cosmological beliefs. These monumental buildings not only showcase the engineering prowess of the Teotihuacanos, but also serve as symbols of the city's spiritual power and its connection to the divine. The Pyramid of the Sun is the largest and most imposing structure in Teotihuacan, standing at over 200 feet tall and covering a vast area at the heart of the city. It is located along the Avenue of the Dead, the central axis of Teotihuacan, and its construction reflects the Teotihuacanos' advanced knowledge of engineering and urban planning. The pyramid is believed to have been dedicated to the sun, a central figure in the Maya and Mesoamerican cosmology. The alignment of the Pyramid of the Sun with the sun's movements, particularly during the spring and summer solstices, suggests that the Teotihuacanos intended it to serve as a focal point for solar worship. The pyramid's shape and orientation are not only architectural feats, but also have deep symbolic significance, representing the cosmic connection between the gods, the sun, and the earthly realm. At the base of the Pyramid of the Sun lies a cave, which may have been seen as an entrance to the underworld, further emphasizing the pyramid's cosmic significance. This cave may have been used in ritual practices, as the Teotihuacanos often believed that caves were sacred places where the earth's life-giving forces could be accessed. The pyramid itself may have functioned as a site for pilgrimages and religious ceremonies, solidifying its role as a place where the divine and earthly realms intersected. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl, also known as the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, is another remarkable structure that reveals much about the religious and symbolic landscape of Teotihuacan. Located at the southern end of the Avenue of the Dead, the temple is famous for its decoration, which includes hundreds of stone heads of the feathered serpent deity, Quetzalcoatl. Quetzalcoatl, often depicted as a feathered serpent, was one of the most important gods in Mesoamerican belief systems, representing life, fertility, and the forces of creation and destruction. The temple's design, with its serpent motifs, was a direct reflection of the worship of this god and the cosmic balance he represented. The Temple of Quetzalcoatl's architecture is distinctive in its use of decorative elements and its symbolic alignment with celestial events. The temple's platform is surrounded by the serpentine sculptures, which, combined with the symbolic significance of Quetzalcoatl, suggest that this temple played a crucial role in Teotihuacan's religious life. It is believed that the temple may have been used for important ceremonies, including rituals meant to honor Quetzalcoatl and to ensure agricultural fertility, rain, and cosmic harmony. Both the Pyramid of the Sun and the Temple of Quetzalcoatl highlight the central role of religion in Teotihuacan society, serving not only as architectural marvels, but as focal points for rituals that sought to connect the people with their gods and the natural world. Through these structures, the Teotihuacanos sought to align their lives with the movements of the sun and the cosmic forces that govern the universe, demonstrating the importance of sacred space and the relationship between human beings and the divine. Murals and frescoes depicting deities and rituals. Murals and frescoes are among the most striking and informative art forms in Teotihuacan, offering a vivid glimpse into the religious, political, and daily life of the city's inhabitants. These artworks adorn the walls of temples, palaces, and private residences, and they are especially valuable for understanding the Teotihuacanos' belief systems, social hierarchies, and ceremonial practices. Painted with bright, enduring pigments, the murals and frescoes were not merely decorative. They played a vital role in conveying the city's religious ideologies and connecting the human world with the divine. The murals found in Teotihuacan typically depict scenes of rituals, deities, and cosmological symbols, often tied to the city's religious practices. Some of the most famous murals are located in the Palace of the Governor and the Temple of the Feathered Serpent, where images of gods, supernatural beings, and cosmic events are featured. These murals portray the close relationship between the rulers, the gods, and the natural world, reinforcing the importance of religious ceremonies in maintaining the cosmic order. For example, gods such as the feathered serpent, Quetzalcoatl, and Tlaloc, the god of rain, are frequently represented, emphasizing the Teotihuacanos' deep reverence for deities associated with agriculture, fertility, and natural cycles. One of the most significant aspects of the Teotihuacan murals is their portrayal of ritual activities, which often involve offerings to the gods or scenes of sacred dances. These depictions suggest that ritual was a central aspect of life in Teotihuacan, and that the people of the city believed that the performance of certain acts could influence the natural world, such as ensuring good harvests or invoking the favor of the gods. In many murals, priests or elite individuals are shown performing ceremonies, often in the presence of the gods or supernatural entities, which highlights the role of the elite in mediating between the divine and the earthly realms. Another key feature of Teotihuacan's frescoes is their intricate use of color and symbolism. The vibrant reds, blues, and yellows, which were made from natural pigments, bring the images to life and draw attention to the divine nature of the figures depicted. The colors themselves held symbolic meaning. Red often represented life, vitality, and sacrifice, while blue and green were associated with the water and fertility gods, such as Tlaloc. These carefully chosen colors helped emphasize the importance of the subjects and the messages they conveyed, often symbolizing the interconnectedness of the gods, the rulers, and the cycles of nature. The frescoes also played an essential role in establishing a visual continuity of Teotihuacan's religious ideology. By portraying a consistent set of deities and ritual practices, the murals served to communicate the city's beliefs and reinforce its sacred worldview. They were not only a form of artistic expression, but a means of educating the people and reaffirming the centrality of religion in their lives. In conclusion, the murals and frescoes of Teotihuacan are key to understanding the city's religious practices and the role of art in ritual life. Through these vivid and symbolic paintings, the Teotihuacanos expressed their devotion to the gods, depicted their cosmological understanding, and reinforced the importance of maintaining balance and harmony in both the spiritual and physical worlds. These masterpieces of ancient Mesoamerican art continue to provide scholars with invaluable insights into the culture of Teotihuacan and its lasting impact on Mesoamerican civilization. The mysterious decline of Teotihuacan. The decline of Teotihuacan remains one of the most enigmatic events in Mesoamerican history. Once a thriving metropolis and one of the largest cities in the ancient world, Teotihuacan saw its influence and population dramatically decline by the late 6th century, with the city largely abandoned by around 650 CE. While many aspects of its decline are shrouded in mystery, a combination of internal conflict, external pressures, and environmental factors are believed to have contributed to the city's fall. One of the most significant theories regarding the decline of Teotihuacan points to internal strife. Archaeological evidence suggests that, prior to its collapse, the city experienced widespread signs of violence and destruction. Some temples, including parts of the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, were burned, and large-scale destruction was evident in the city's residential areas. This has led scholars to hypothesize that internal rebellion, possibly a result of political instability or dissatisfaction with the ruling elite, could have been a driving force behind the city's downfall. Teotihuacan's political structure, which may have relied on a collective or elite council rather than a single ruler, might have made the city more vulnerable to power struggles or uprisings among its diverse population. In addition to internal conflict, there may have been significant external pressures that contributed to Teotihuacan's decline. The city's dominance over trade routes and regional influence likely made it a target for rival civilizations or groups. The rise of other powerful Mesoamerican centers, such as the Zapotecs and the Mixtecs, may have created challenges to Teotihuacan's economic and political supremacy. Furthermore, the city's far-reaching trade network could have been disrupted, leading to economic instability. Environmental factors also likely played a role in Teotihuacan's decline. The Valley of Mexico, where Teotihuacan was situated, experienced periods of drought, which would have had a detrimental effect on agriculture, the cornerstone of Teotihuacan's economy. The city's reliance on large-scale agricultural production and water resources might have made it particularly vulnerable to environmental shifts. There is evidence of soil depletion and deforestation, which could have contributed to the city's inability to sustain its growing population, further exacerbating internal tensions. While these factors offer plausible explanations for Teotihuacan's decline, no single cause has been definitively identified, and the city's fall remains a subject of ongoing research and debate. What is clear, however, is that the collapse of Teotihuacan marked the end of an era in Mesoamerica, and its influence persisted long after its abandonment. Subsequent civilizations, such as the Toltecs and Aztecs, would adopt and adapt many of Teotihuacan's artistic, architectural, and religious traditions, ensuring that its legacy endured. Despite the mystery surrounding its decline, Teotihuacan's cultural and architectural achievements remain a testament to the sophistication of its people and their enduring impact on the history of the Americas. Chapter 5: The Zapotecs, a Flourishing Civilization. The Zapotec civilization, which flourished in the Valley of Oaxaca in southern Mesoamerica, is one of the most important yet often overlooked cultures in pre-Columbian history. Known for their advances in writing, architecture, and religion, the Zapotecs played a crucial role in shaping the cultural landscape of Mesoamerica. Their civilization emerged around 500 BCE and lasted for over a millennium, with the peak of their power occurring between 300 BCE and 700 CE. Despite the challenges of geography and environmental factors, the Zapotecs established a thriving society that had a profound influence on the region. The Zapotecs were known for their sophisticated urban planning, with their most prominent city, Monte Alban, serving as a major political, economic, and religious center. Monte Alban's strategic location on a mountaintop allowed the Zapotecs to control the surrounding valley and maintain dominance over trade routes and neighboring cultures. The city is famous for its impressive architecture, including large plazas, temples, and ceremonial ball courts, which were central to Zapotec social and religious life. The layout of Monte Alban reflects the Zapotecs' advanced knowledge of engineering and urban design, with the city's buildings aligned with astronomical events, demonstrating their deep understanding of the natural world and the cosmos. The Zapotecs also developed one of the earliest writing systems in Mesoamerica, known as the Zapotec script. This writing system, which was used to record important events, rituals, and royal lineages, provides valuable insights into the Zapotecs' political structure and religious practices. The Zapotecs' written records were often inscribed on stone monuments and ceramics, and their scripts can still be found in many of the ruins of Monte Alban. This script, though not fully deciphered, is one of the earliest examples of written language in the Americas and illustrates the Zapotecs' sophistication and their ability to communicate across time and space. In addition to their achievements in writing and urban planning, the Zapotecs were also known for their intricate art and craftsmanship. Zapotec pottery, textiles, and sculptures often featured geometric patterns and depictions of deities, animals, and mythological scenes. These artworks not only served decorative purposes, but also had religious significance, with many pieces used in rituals or as offerings to the gods. The Zapotecs' artistic traditions were deeply intertwined with their spiritual beliefs, which revolved around a pantheon of gods and the cycles of nature, such as agriculture, fertility, and the movement of the stars. The Zapotec civilization's long-lasting impact on Mesoamerican culture is evident in the way their religious practices, art, and architecture influenced later civilizations, including the Mixtecs and the Aztecs. Despite the eventual decline of Monte Alban around 700 CE, the legacy of the Zapotecs continued to shape the cultural and political landscape of southern Mesoamerica. Their achievements in governance, urban development, and the arts remain a testament to their ingenuity and resilience, marking the Zapotecs as one of the great civilizations of pre-Columbian America. The Zapotecs of Monte Alban. Monte Alban, the heart of the Zapotec civilization, stands as one of the most impressive archaeological sites in Mesoamerica. Located in the valley of Oaxaca, Mexico, this ancient city was not only a political and cultural center, but also a testament to the power and ingenuity of the Zapotec people. Founded around 500 BCE, Monte Alban became the hub of Zapotec civilization, flourishing for nearly a millennium until its decline around 700 CE. Its strategic location on a mountaintop provided not only a commanding view of the surrounding valley, but also practical advantages in terms of defense and control over trade routes. The layout of Monte Alban reflects the Zapotecs' advanced knowledge of urban planning. The city is characterized by wide plazas, large ceremonial ball courts, and temples arranged around the central open space, known as the main plaza. This area was the focal point for religious and political gatherings, where the rulers and elites would perform rituals and host ceremonies to honor the gods. The city's buildings and monuments were carefully aligned with astronomical events, highlighting the Zapotecs' deep understanding of celestial movements and their importance in their religious and agricultural practices. The planning of Monte Alban also demonstrates the Zapotecs' ability to construct monumental architecture without the advanced tools that later civilizations would have, showcasing their engineering skills. Monte Alban's monumental architecture was not only functional, but also symbolic. The pyramids and temples served as both places of worship and representations of Zapotec religious beliefs. The city was home to a variety of ceremonial structures, including the Tomb of the Danzantes, a building famous for its stone carvings depicting dancers and possible sacrificial rituals. These carvings suggest the importance of ritual performance and human sacrifice in Zapotec religious practices, with the dancers possibly representing deities or spiritual beings. One of the most significant achievements of Monte Alban was the development of the Zapotec writing system. The Zapotecs are believed to be one of the first Mesoamerican cultures to create a written language, which they used to document royal lineages, political events, and religious practices. These inscriptions, found on stone monuments and pottery, offer invaluable insights into Zapotec society and governance. The Zapotec script, although not fully deciphered, is considered one of the earliest forms of writing in the Americas. The decline of Monte Alban remains a subject of debate, but evidence suggests that the city's collapse was likely due to a combination of internal political instability, environmental factors, and external pressures from rival cultures. Despite its eventual decline, the legacy of Monte Alban and the Zapotec civilization lived on, influencing subsequent Mesoamerican cultures such as the Mixtecs and the Aztecs. Today, Monte Alban stands as a UNESCO World Heritage Site, attracting scholars and visitors who seek to understand the rich history and cultural contributions of the Zapotecs. The ruins of this once thriving city continue to inspire awe and admiration, standing as a testament to the enduring legacy of the Zapotecs. Artistic achievements in sculpture and jewelry. The Zapotecs of Monte Alban were not only remarkable for their political and architectural achievements, but also for their impressive contributions to the world of art, particularly in the fields of sculpture and jewelry. These two art forms were central to the Zapotec worldview, intertwining religious, social, and aesthetic values. The sculptures and jewelry crafted by the Zapotecs served not only as ornamental pieces, but also as expressions of power, spirituality, and cultural identity, offering profound insights into the civilization's beliefs and practices. Zapotec sculpture, renowned for its detailed and symbolic forms, played an important role in religious rituals and the representation of authority. The most iconic examples of Zapotec sculpture are the carved stone reliefs and monumental figures found in Monte Alban, such as the famous Danzantes figures. These stone carvings, often depicting figures in dynamic poses, are believed to represent dancers, prisoners, or even gods engaged in ritual performances. The danzantes are thought to illustrate the Zapotecs' spiritual connection to their gods, and they may have symbolized offerings or sacrifices to ensure cosmic balance. The use of natural stone in these sculptures reflects the Zapotecs' deep connection to the earth, while the precision and complexity of the carvings showcase their advanced skills in stonework. Another notable aspect of Zapotec sculpture is the portrayal of rulers and elites, often depicted in a stylized yet powerful manner. Stelae, monumental stone tablets inscribed with records of important events, were placed throughout the city, demonstrating the Zapotec rulers' desire to commemorate their achievements and solidify their political authority. These stelae, combined with other sculptures such as altars and ceremonial masks, served as symbols of leadership and divine favor, reinforcing the rulers' roles as intermediaries between the gods and the people. In addition to their sculptures, the Zapotecs were also known for their exquisite jewelry, which was crafted from materials such as jade, gold, and turquoise. Jewelry in Zapotec society held significant cultural and spiritual value, often worn by the elite in ceremonies and as part of their regalia. The intricate designs of Zapotec jewelry, including necklaces, earrings, and adornments, often featured symbolic motifs associated with fertility, the cosmos, and the gods. The use of jade, which was highly valued in Mesoamerican cultures, particularly reflected the Zapotecs' reverence for nature and the spiritual power of certain materials. The craftsmanship involved in creating such intricate jewelry demonstrates the Zapotecs' exceptional skill in metalworking and stone carving. Many of the designs incorporated symbolic imagery, such as animals and gods, emphasizing the Zapotecs' belief in the interconnectedness of the natural world and the divine. These pieces were not merely decorative, but functioned as a means of communicating status, wealth, and religious affiliation, reflecting the social hierarchy of Zapotec society. In conclusion, the Zapotecs' artistic achievements in sculpture and jewelry remain a testament to their cultural sophistication and deep spiritual beliefs. Their ability to transform raw materials into intricate and meaningful art reflects not only their technical prowess, but also their profound connection to the divine and the natural world. The legacy of Zapotec art, from the stone reliefs of Monte Alban to the finely crafted jewelry, continues to captivate and inspire, offering a window into the spiritual and cultural life of one of Mesoamerica's most enduring civilizations. Zapotec architecture and urban design. Zapotec architecture and urban design, particularly in their capital city of Monte Alban, represent a remarkable feat of engineering and cultural expression. The city, perched high on a mountaintop in the valley of Oaxaca, was not only a political and religious center, but also a masterclass in urban planning. Its design reflects the Zapotecs' understanding of spatial organization, cosmology, and social structure, while also demonstrating their ability to adapt to and work with the surrounding landscape. Monte Alban's layout was both strategic and symbolic. The city's central plaza, the heart of its social and political life, was surrounded by monumental architecture, including temples, pyramids, and residential buildings. The positioning of buildings within Monte Alban was meticulously planned, with many structures aligned to celestial events, such as the solstices and equinoxes. This alignment was not only a demonstration of the Zapotecs' sophisticated knowledge of astronomy, but also served a religious purpose, reinforcing the connection between the heavens and the earth. The centrality of the main plaza reinforced the power of the ruling elite, as this space was used for ceremonies, rituals, and political gatherings, where the elite interacted with the gods and reaffirmed their authority over the city's inhabitants. One of the most significant architectural features of Monte Alban is its vast network of terraces. The city was built on a series of artificial platforms that expanded the area available for building and provided a stable foundation for the monumental structures. These terraces were designed to overcome the challenges posed by the rugged terrain of the mountain, showcasing the Zapotecs' engineering ingenuity. The terraces also allowed for an organized urban grid with clear divisions between public, ceremonial, and residential spaces. The use of terraces also reflects the Zapotec's practical approach to city planning, as these platforms offered not only stability for buildings, but also allowed for water drainage, ensuring the city could thrive even during the rainy season. The architecture of Monte Alban included a variety of structures that served both practical and symbolic purposes. Temples and pyramids were built to honor the gods and facilitate religious rituals, while palaces and elite residences were designed to demonstrate the power and status of the ruling class. The presence of ball courts and platforms for ceremonial activities highlights the importance of sport, ritual, and social gatherings in Zapotec society. The architectural style itself was characterized by the use of locally sourced materials, including stone and adobe, with finely crafted decorative elements, such as carved stone reliefs and inscriptions that recorded the achievements of rulers and significant events. In addition to its monumental structures, Monte Alban's urban design was also notable for its attention to social organization. The city was organized in such a way that public and ceremonial spaces were distinct from residential areas, which were located on the outskirts of the central plaza. This division reinforced the hierarchical nature of Zapotec society, with the elite occupying the most prominent locations and the common people residing in more peripheral areas. This urban design not only facilitated social control, but also provided a space where the Zapotecs could express their values, beliefs, and collective identity through the physical landscape. In conclusion, the architecture and urban design of Monte Alban stand as a testament to the Zapotecs' skill in engineering and their deep understanding of symbolism, religion, and social order. The city's layout, its monumental structures, and its sophisticated urban planning all reflect the power and cultural complexity of one of Mesoamerica's most important civilizations. Monte Alban was not just a city, but a living expression of Zapotec cosmology, politics, and social hierarchy, and it continues to offer invaluable insights into the achievements of the Zapotec people. The role of art in Zapotec rulership. In Zapotec society, art played a central role in reinforcing the power and authority of the ruling elite. The relationship between art and rulership in Monte Alban was not merely decorative, but deeply intertwined with the political, religious, and social structures of the civilization. Art was employed to communicate divine favor, legitimize political authority, and project the grandeur of the Zapotec rulers to both their subjects and surrounding civilizations. Through sculpture, monumental architecture, and inscriptions, Zapotec rulers were able to visually manifest their power and divine right to rule. Monumental art was perhaps the most significant medium through which the Zapotecs communicated their political and spiritual authority. In Monte Alban, rulers commissioned grand stone reliefs and statues that depicted not only their own image, but also symbols of divine protection and favor. The stela and sculptures found in Monte Alban often featured depictions of rulers in ceremonial attire, highlighting their role as intermediaries between the gods and the people. These stone monuments were placed in public spaces and served as powerful symbols of the ruler's strength and divine legitimacy. The artwork conveyed the ruler's connection to the gods, reinforcing the idea that their power was granted and sustained through divine will. One of the most striking examples of the link between art and rulership in Zapotec culture is the danzantes reliefs. These carved figures, thought to represent dancers or prisoners, are believed to commemorate significant military victories or political triumphs. The figures are often depicted in dynamic, sometimes exaggerated poses, which could suggest that they were not simply representations of ritual performances, but rather visual statements about the ruler's conquests and their power over adversaries. Some scholars believe that the danzantes might have symbolized captives, emphasizing the ruler's ability to conquer and subdue enemies. This artistic choice aligned with the central role of warfare in Zapotec society, where victory in battle was seen as essential to maintaining political authority. Additionally, Zapotec rulers were often depicted in art, engaging in rituals that were believed to ensure the prosperity and well-being of the community. Ceremonial sculptures and objects, including masks, altars, and vessels, were created to commemorate religious rituals that solidified the ruler's divine connection. These artworks were not only symbolic of political power, but also of the ruler's role in maintaining cosmic order through interaction with the gods. Art, thus, served as a powerful tool for rulers to reinforce their status and ensure the continuity of their dynasties. In conclusion, art in Zapotec society was more than a reflection of aesthetics. It was a vital tool of political communication and religious expression. Through carefully crafted monuments, sculptures, and ceremonial objects, the Zapotec rulers were able to project their divine right to govern, communicate their military successes, and ensure their legacy. The role of art in Zapotec rulership illustrates how the visual language of a society can be used to maintain power, convey religious beliefs, and create lasting impressions of leadership. Funerary art and tombs. Funerary art and tombs played a significant role in Zapotec society, reflecting the civilization's complex views on life, death, and the afterlife. For the Zapotecs, the burial process was not merely a physical end, but a transition to a different realm where the deceased could continue their relationship with the living, the gods, and the cosmos. This belief in the afterlife was evident in the elaborate tombs and funerary art found in Monte Alban and other Zapotec sites, where the dead were honored through art and architecture that conveyed both reverence and power. One of the most notable examples of Zapotec funerary art is the tombs found in Monte Alban, especially those of the elite. These tombs were often large, stone-built chambers that contained a variety of offerings and objects intended to accompany the deceased into the afterlife. These tombs were richly adorned with carvings, frescoes, and other artistic elements that emphasized the connection between the living and the dead. Some tombs contained murals depicting scenes of death, the journey to the underworld, and the relationship between the deceased and divine figures. These artistic representations helped to ensure that the deceased would receive protection and favor from the gods as they made their way to the afterlife. One of the most famous examples of Zapotec funerary art is the Tomb of the Danzantes, located in Monte Alban. This tomb contains a series of carved reliefs that depict figures in dynamic, ritualistic poses. These figures are believed to represent dancers or captives, and their presence in a tomb suggests that the deceased was of high status and that the funeral ritual was intended to reaffirm the deceased's place in the cosmic order. These carvings also suggest that the Zapotecs viewed death as a continuation of the ruler's spiritual and political authority. Just as rulers in life used art to project their power, so too were they immortalized in death through art that celebrated their achievements and divine connection. The Zapotecs also placed great importance on the offerings that accompanied the deceased, which included pottery, jewelry, and tools. These items, often intricately crafted, were not just meant for use in the afterlife, but symbolized the wealth and status of the deceased. Artifacts found in these tombs, such as jade beads and gold ornaments, reflect the high regard for precious materials and the belief that these items would provide the deceased with the necessary means to navigate the afterlife successfully. In conclusion, Zapotec funerary art and tombs were powerful symbols of the civilization's understanding of death and the afterlife. They served as both a tribute to the deceased and a means of ensuring that the dead continued to have influence over the living world. Through intricate tomb architecture, symbolic artwork, and carefully chosen offerings, the Zapotecs reinforced their belief in the eternal connection between the living and the dead, making funerary art an essential part of their cultural and spiritual life. Chapter 6. The Mixtecs, Masters of Metal and Manuscripts. The Mixtec civilization, known for its sophisticated artistry and craftsmanship, thrived in the Oaxaca region of Mesoamerica, particularly during the post-classic period, 900 to 1521 CE. The Mixtecs were exceptional in their mastery of diverse artistic forms, most notably metalworking and manuscript painting. Their ability to craft intricate gold and silver items alongside their renowned codices, painted manuscripts made from bark paper, demonstrates their technical expertise and cultural sophistication. These artistic achievements were deeply tied to the Mixtecs' religious beliefs, social structure, and the role of their rulers. One of the defining features of Mixtec art is their remarkable skill in metalworking. The Mixtecs were among the few Mesoamerican civilizations to develop advanced techniques in working with precious metals like gold, silver, and copper. They created finely crafted jewelry, ceremonial objects, and regalia, often adorned with intricate designs that symbolized wealth, power, and spiritual significance. Gold was especially prized, representing the sun and the divine, and it was used in everything from the crafting of jewelry and headdresses to the creation of ritual offerings. Silver, too, played an important role in Mixtec metallurgy and was often used in ceremonial objects associated with their gods. In addition to metalworking, the Mixtecs are perhaps best known for their painted manuscripts, or codices. These manuscripts were created using natural pigments on bark paper and were often folded in an accordion style. The Mixtec codices were highly detailed and depicted a wide range of subjects, including historical events, genealogies, religious rituals, and battles. The codices not only served as historical records, but also as a means to assert the authority of the Mixtec elite. They were used by rulers and priests to document lineages, divine sanctioning of kingship, and the outcomes of significant events, reinforcing the divine connection between the ruler and the gods. Through these codices, the Mixtecs preserved their identity and maintained their social order. The Mixtecs' ability to tell complex stories through both visual art and written records was unparalleled in Mesoamerica. They utilized a combination of pictorial images and glyphs to record historical events, and these codices became crucial tools for maintaining both the religious and political fabric of Mixtec society. The Mixtec codices, such as the Codex Vindobonensis and the Codex Zuch-Nuttall, are among the most valuable surviving examples of Mesoamerican pictorial writing and continue to be studied for their artistic and historical significance. In conclusion, the Mixtecs were truly masters of metal and manuscripts, creating works of art that transcended mere decoration to serve vital political, religious, and historical functions. Their metalwork not only showcased their technical brilliance, but also highlighted their deep connection to the divine, while their codices provided a rich visual and written history that continues to offer scholars insights into their sophisticated culture. The artistic achievements of the Mixtecs are a testament to their creativity, precision, and cultural legacy. Rise of Mixtec power and culture. The rise of Mixtec power and culture in Mesoamerica is a tale of resilience, adaptation, and strategic alliances. Originating in the Oaxaca Valley, the Mixtec civilization flourished during the post-classic period, 900 to 1521 CE, following a turbulent era marked by the decline of earlier Mesoamerican cultures. Their success can be attributed to a combination of geographic advantages, the cultivation of trade networks, military prowess, and their ability to preserve and innovate upon existing cultural traditions. By the time the Mixtecs became prominent players in Mesoamerican politics, their culture was defined by a blend of regional autonomy and connections to larger geopolitical forces. Geographically, the Mixtecs occupied a strategically important region, the Oaxaca Valley, which was surrounded by mountain ranges. This natural isolation initially protected the Mixtecs from outside threats, but also encouraged them to develop a distinct cultural identity, separate from their neighbors, such as the Zapotecs and the Maya. The harsh terrain and the fertile valley gave rise to agricultural innovations, including the cultivation of maize, beans, and other crops, which sustained a growing population and supported the economic foundation of Mixtec society. The region's natural resources, particularly obsidian and minerals for metalworking, further fueled the Mixtec's economic and military strength. One of the keys to Mixtec political and cultural success was their capacity for forging strategic alliances. Over time, the Mixtecs expanded their influence through marriage, warfare, and diplomacy. This is evident in the historical records, particularly in Mixtec codices, where alliances and conflicts between different Mixtec city-states are detailed. The Mixtec's political landscape was fragmented into various city-states, each governed by its own ruler or noble house. However, through the exchange of marriages, tribute, and military support, these city-states formed loose confederations that worked together to assert power over neighboring regions. Mixtec rulers were keenly aware of the need for divine legitimacy, and much of their rise to power involved invoking the support of gods and ancestors. Rulers often commissioned codices to record their genealogy and divine right to rule, establishing a connection to legendary ancestors and gods. By depicting these connections in their art, the Mixtecs reinforced the idea that their authority was divinely sanctioned, which helped them consolidate power within their territories and maintain stability among the diverse groups in their domain. The Mixtec rise was also shaped by their mastery of craftsmanship and art. They became renowned for their metalworking skills, particularly in gold and silver, creating ornaments, ceremonial items, and offerings that signified wealth and divine favor. Their exquisite work in codices further demonstrated their advanced understanding of history, politics, and culture. The intricate designs of Mixtec art, whether in textiles, ceramics, or painted manuscripts, also highlighted their cultural richness, influencing surrounding regions and leaving a lasting imprint on the broader Mesoamerican world. In conclusion, the rise of Mixtec power and culture was the result of a combination of favorable geographic conditions, strategic alliances, military strength, and a profound connection to the divine. Through their ability to adapt to and build upon existing traditions, the Mixtecs were able to develop a vibrant culture that produced lasting artistic achievements, and they successfully established their dominance in Oaxaca and beyond. Their legacy, preserved in both their art and political history, remains one of the most significant in Mesoamerican civilization. Mixtec codices, visual storytelling, and symbolism. The Mixtec codices are among the most remarkable achievements of pre-Columbian Mesoamerican cultures. These painted manuscripts, created on bark paper, serve as invaluable records of Mixtec history, politics, religion, and social structure. Unlike the written texts of other ancient cultures, Mixtec codices combine visual imagery with pictorial symbols to tell complex stories, often without the need for written words. Through these codices, the Mixtecs were able to preserve their most important historical events, including wars, royal genealogies, religious rituals, and the lives of their rulers. This visual storytelling allowed the Mixtec civilization to communicate its identity, power, and beliefs in a format that transcended the written word. One of the key features of Mixtec codices is their use of symbolic imagery. Rather than relying on a fully developed written language, the codices used a combination of pictographs and glyphs to represent people, events, and concepts. These symbols were carefully chosen to convey meaning through visual associations. For example, warriors might be represented by specific weapons or headdresses, while gods were often depicted with distinct facial features or accessories that linked them to particular aspects of nature or human life. These visual conventions helped the Mixtecs narrate their history in a way that could be understood by both literate and non-literate audiences. One of the most famous Mixtec codices is the Codex Vindobonensis, which recounts the history of the Mixtec rulers and their dynastic struggles. The Codex tells the story of a series of important rulers, their battles, alliances, and their connection to the divine. The use of vibrant colors, detailed depictions of military conflict, and symbolic representations of celestial events creates a powerful visual narrative that links earthly rulers with the divine cosmos. In these codices, Mixtec rulers are often depicted with supernatural attributes, signifying their divine right to rule and their role as intermediaries between the gods and the people. Another significant aspect of the codices is their portrayal of royal genealogies. The Mixtecs believed that their rulers derived their legitimacy from their ancestral connections to powerful deities and legendary figures. As such, codices like the Codex Zut-Nuttall were created to document the divine heritage of rulers, depicting their ancestry and asserting their connection to the gods. These genealogical representations were not only important for understanding the political history of the Mixtec rulers, but also for reinforcing their claim to divine power and authority. Mixtec codices also employed visual storytelling techniques to communicate complex cultural narratives. These narratives often depicted the passage of time, with panels arranged in chronological order to illustrate the sequence of events. The use of repetitive motifs and symbolic imagery helped the Mixtecs convey the cyclical nature of time, with rulers and deities playing recurring roles in the unfolding of history. In conclusion, Mixtec codices represent a sophisticated form of visual storytelling, where art, symbolism, and history merge to create a vivid record of a civilization's most important events and beliefs. Through their mastery of pictorial symbolism and their ability to communicate complex ideas through imagery, the Mixtecs created a lasting legacy that continues to offer insights into their culture and worldview. The codices not only preserve their history, but also reinforce the divine authority of their rulers and their deep connection to the gods. Metalwork and ornamentation. The Mixtec civilization is renowned for its extraordinary skill in metalworking, particularly in the crafting of precious metal objects such as gold, silver, and copper. This art form, which was central to Mixtec culture, not only displayed technical mastery, but also served to reinforce social hierarchies, religious practices, and political power. Metalwork was utilized for various purposes, ranging from ceremonial and religious artifacts to personal adornment and prestige items. Through their intricate and symbolic designs, the Mixtecs demonstrated a profound understanding of material culture and the metaphysical connections between the human world, the gods, and the cosmos. Gold, in particular, held great significance in Mixtec society. It was associated with the sun, divinity, and the royal lineage. Gold objects were often crafted into finely detailed jewelry, including necklaces, ear spools, and nose rings, which were worn by the elite and rulers. These ornaments were not merely decorative, but signified the wearer's elevated status and connection to the divine. In many cases, the metalwork was intended for ceremonial use, such as rituals where the ruler would wear gold to symbolize their divine authority. Additionally, gold was often used in the creation of objects intended as offerings to the gods or as tributes to other city-states, emphasizing its importance in religious and diplomatic practices. In addition to gold, silver and copper also played key roles in Mixtec metalwork. Silver, more commonly found in objects associated with ritual, was often used to create ceremonial plates, vessels, and statuettes. These items were often intricately adorned with detailed designs, which conveyed both artistic refinement and symbolic meaning. The use of silver was tied to lunar associations, and many Mixtec silver items are thought to have been created for use in rituals related to the moon or for offerings in sacred spaces. Copper, while less abundant, was also used to create smaller decorative items, such as bells, tools, and weapons. These items, although not as prestigious as gold, still held significant value within Mixtec society. The process of crafting metal objects was complex and highly specialized. Mixtec artisans used a combination of casting and repoussé techniques to shape metals into intricate forms. The use of molds allowed for the mass production of ceremonial objects, while repoussé, a technique in which metal is hammered into shape, enabled the creation of finely detailed reliefs and decorations. These techniques required a high degree of skill and experience, and the finished objects were often polished to a brilliant shine, which added to their allure and symbolic power. Metalwork was not confined to functional or ceremonial objects. The artistic designs that adorned these items often held deep symbolic meaning, reflecting the Mixtec's religious and cosmological beliefs. Imagery of deities, animals, and supernatural beings were commonly used to imbue objects with sacred significance. In some cases, the ornaments were believed to carry protective powers or serve as conduits between the material world and the divine. In conclusion, Mixtec metalwork and ornamentation were not only expressions of artistic skill, but also integral to the social, political, and religious fabric of Mixtec culture. Through their metal objects, the Mixtecs communicated their connections to the divine, the cosmos, and the political elite, creating objects that were both beautiful and imbued with profound meaning. The legacy of Mixtec metalwork continues to captivate scholars and art enthusiasts alike, highlighting the civilization's mastery of material culture and its lasting influence on Mesoamerican art and craft traditions. Artistic depictions of Mixtec gods and heroes. The Mixtec civilization was rich in mythology, with gods and heroes playing central roles in their worldview and artistic expression. Their art was deeply intertwined with their religious beliefs, and through various forms of visual representation, such as codices, sculptures, and ceramics, the Mixtecs depicted the divine and the heroic as both protectors and exemplars of their culture. These artistic representations not only illustrated the supernatural, but also conveyed the moral, social, and political values of Mixtec society. One of the most prominent figures in Mixtec art is the god Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, a deity associated with creation, fertility, and knowledge. Quetzalcoatl was often depicted in a stylized form, combining the features of a serpent with the resplendent feathers of a bird. His image was used to convey the divine's role in sustaining both life and order. In Mixtec codices, Quetzalcoatl is sometimes shown with other gods, participating in cosmic rituals or engaging in the creation of the world. These depictions not only emphasized his importance in Mixtec religion, but also underscored the belief that divine forces were constantly at work in the natural and human realms. Mixtec gods were often shown in a highly stylized manner, with specific iconography that identified their roles in the Mixtec pantheon. Gods were typically portrayed with distinctive headdresses, jewelry, and symbolic motifs, which denoted their attributes and connections to elements like the sun, moon, and rain. For example, the rain god Tlaloc, depicted with goggle-like eyes and a mouth spewing water, was often represented in Mixtec art as a source of fertility and agricultural abundance. By including such details in their art, the Mixtecs reinforced the relationship between their gods and their livelihoods, emphasizing the interconnectedness of spirituality and daily life. Alongside the gods, Mixtec art also celebrated heroes, often warriors or rulers, who were considered demigods or divine ancestors. These figures, such as the legendary Mixtec hero 8-Deer Jaguar Claw, were portrayed in codices and carvings as both divine and human, underscoring their role as intermediaries between the gods and the people. These heroes were often depicted in dynamic, action-filled poses, engaged in battles, or performing heroic feats that were meant to establish their greatness. The heroic narratives were not just stories of valor, but also served as moral guides, showing the virtues of courage, loyalty, and divine favor. Artistic depictions of Mixtec gods and heroes were also integral to the legitimacy of the ruling elite. The elite would commission these works to reinforce their divine right to rule, asserting their connection to the gods and legendary ancestors. These depictions were often used in royal tombs, temples, and other sacred spaces, where the gods' and heroes' images could be revered and called upon for protection, guidance, and power. In conclusion, artistic depictions of Mixtec gods and heroes were far more than aesthetic creations. They were essential tools for communicating the values, beliefs, and divine connections that underpin Mixtec society. Through their art, the Mixtecs brought their deities and legendary figures to life, ensuring that the gods' influence and the heroes' ideals would continue to shape their culture long after their reigns had passed. The vivid imagery of these gods and heroes remains a testament to the Mixtecs' intricate understanding of spirituality, power, and human destiny. Influence on later Mesoamerican art. The artistic achievements of the Mixtec civilization left a lasting impact on the broader Mesoamerican world, shaping the development of art and culture in subsequent societies. Known for their mastery in metalwork, codices, and monumental art, the Mixtecs influenced their neighbors, such as the Aztecs, as well as later cultures across Mesoamerica. Their innovative techniques, intricate iconography, and symbolic use of materials were integrated and adapted by other civilizations, ensuring their legacy endured long after the fall of the Mixtec state. One of the most significant ways in which Mixtec art influenced later cultures was through the codices, particularly in the realm of visual storytelling and the use of pictographs and glyphs. The Aztecs, who admired the Mixtecs' artistic skill and intellectual achievements, adopted many aspects of Mixtec codices, incorporating similar pictorial techniques and symbolic motifs into their own written records. The Aztec codices, which chronicled historical events, religious practices, and political affairs, show clear influences from Mixtec traditions. In particular, the detailed representation of royal lineages, gods, and ceremonial rituals was a hallmark that the Aztecs continued to utilize in their own codices. Additionally, the emphasis on celestial and divine authority in Mixtec art provided a template for the Aztecs' own use of art to reinforce political and religious power. The Mixtec metalworking tradition also had a profound impact on later Mesoamerican art, particularly in the realm of precious metal objects. The highly detailed and symbolic jewelry created by the Mixtecs, such as gold necklaces, ear spools, and nose rings, influenced the Aztecs, who similarly crafted elaborate ornaments for their rulers, warriors, and priests. The symbolism embedded in the Mixtec metalwork, often representing divine associations and royal power, was mirrored by the Aztecs, who employed gold and other metals in a similar fashion to legitimize their rulers' divine right to govern. Furthermore, the Mixtec legacy extended to architectural art, particularly through their artistic depictions of deities and cosmological themes. The elaborate murals and frescoes found in Mixtec tombs and ceremonial spaces provided a model for later Mesoamerican societies, including the Aztecs. The Aztecs, in turn, incorporated similar imagery of gods, cosmic cycles, and historical events into their own temples and palaces. This shared iconography helped create a common visual language that resonated throughout Mesoamerica, linking the art of different cultures through shared symbolic references to divine power and cosmic order. In conclusion, the Mixtec civilization had a profound and enduring influence on the art of later Mesoamerican cultures. Their innovations in metalwork, codices, and iconography set the stage for the artistic traditions that would define the Aztec Empire and other subsequent civilizations. Through their visual storytelling, mastery of materials, and symbolic richness, the Mixtecs shaped the artistic and cultural legacy of Mesoamerica, ensuring that their influence would be felt for centuries to come. Chapter 7. The Nazca, the Geoglyphs, and the Arts. The Nazca civilization, which flourished in the arid coastal plains of southern Peru between approximately 200 BCE and 600 CE, is best known for its monumental geoglyphs, or Nazca lines, which remain one of the most remarkable mysteries of ancient art. These massive designs, etched into the desert floor, have captivated researchers and visitors for centuries, offering insights into the artistic and spiritual life of the Nazca people. In addition to the geoglyphs, the Nazca were accomplished in a variety of artistic mediums, including ceramics, textiles, and metalwork, all of which played significant roles in their culture. The Nazca lines are perhaps the most iconic symbol of this civilization, and they offer a glimpse into the complex relationship between the Nazca people and their environment. These vast, intricate patterns, ranging from simple geometric shapes to depictions of animals, plants, and deities, were created by removing the top layer of reddish-brown stones to reveal the lighter sand beneath. Some of the lines stretch for miles across the desert, and their purpose has been widely debated. Some scholars suggest that they were part of ceremonial rites used by priests, or that they had astronomical significance, marking the movements of celestial bodies. Others propose that the lines were intended to communicate with the gods or to mark sacred spaces, symbolizing the Nazca's deep spiritual connection to the land and the cosmos. Regardless of their specific purpose, the lines represent a level of artistic achievement and cultural complexity that is still the subject of intense study and admiration. Beyond the geoglyphs, the Nazca excelled in other forms of art, particularly in ceramics and textiles. Nazca ceramics were often highly decorated with vibrant, intricate designs portraying animals, gods, and mythical beings. These works were often used in ritual contexts, serving both as functional objects and as offerings to the gods. The ceramics were typically made by hand, with a distinctive style that featured bold, curving lines and bright colors, showcasing the Nazca's keen sense of design. Textiles, too, played an important role in Nazca culture. The Nazca were skilled weavers, producing elaborate tapestries and garments that incorporated vivid geometric patterns and representations of animals. These textiles were often used in ceremonial settings and were believed to hold symbolic meaning related to fertility, the natural world, and the divine. In addition to ceramics and textiles, the Nazca were known for their metalwork, particularly in the creation of gold and silver ornaments, which were often worn during important rituals or buried with the deceased. These works of art displayed exceptional craftsmanship and featured detailed representations of animals and deities, further highlighting the Nazca's belief in the supernatural world and the connection between the earthly and the divine. In conclusion, the art of the Nazca civilization was a multifaceted reflection of their complex society. From the creation of the awe-inspiring Nazca lines to their intricate ceramics, textiles, and metalwork, the Nazca demonstrated a deep understanding of the spiritual, cultural, and environmental forces that shaped their world. Their artistic legacy continues to inspire and intrigue, offering a window into the beliefs and creativity of one of the ancient America's most enigmatic civilizations. Introduction to Nazca culture. The Nazca civilization, flourishing between approximately 200 BCE and 600 CE in the coastal region of southern Peru, is one of the most fascinating and enigmatic cultures of ancient South America. Best known for its creation of the world-famous Nazca lines, a vast array of geoglyphs carved into the desert floor, the Nazca people also excelled in other forms of art and craftsmanship. The civilization's accomplishments in ceramics, textiles, and metalwork demonstrate a rich and sophisticated culture with deep spiritual and social values. Despite the dry, inhospitable environment of the Nazca region, the civilization thrived due to advanced agricultural techniques, including the creation of underground aqueducts and its capacity to adapt to the desert landscape. The Nazca people are believed to have descended from the Paracas culture, inheriting many of their predecessors' artistic traditions while developing their own distinctive style. Geographically, the Nazca culture was situated along the arid coastal plains, where they lived in close proximity to the Pacific Ocean and the Andean foothills. This unique location influenced their artistic and religious practices as they sought to understand and control the natural forces that shaped their world. The environment, with its scarce water resources, played a central role in Nazca cosmology, which often focused on fertility, agriculture, and the relationship between humans and nature. One of the central elements of Nazca culture was religion, with their art deeply intertwined with spiritual beliefs. The Nazca people viewed the natural world as infused with supernatural forces, and their art often depicted deities, animals, and mythical creatures, many of which were believed to influence the cycles of nature and agricultural productivity. The vibrant colors and intricate designs of Nazca ceramics, textiles, and geoglyphs reveal a culture that was keenly aware of the divine forces at play in their lives. These works were not merely decorative. They served as vehicles for communication with the gods, as offerings to ensure bountiful harvests and as representations of cosmic principles. The Nazca people's highly organized society was also reflected in their ability to construct elaborate infrastructure, such as the vast network of aqueducts and irrigation systems that allowed them to cultivate crops in an otherwise barren landscape. Their architectural achievements, including ceremonial centers and tombs, also speak to their strong social and political structures, where art and religion were integral to social status and ritual life. In conclusion, the Nazca civilization was an exceptional society that blended art, religion, and practicality in a way that allowed them to thrive in an extremely challenging environment. The legacy of the Nazca people, from their famous geoglyphs to their masterful ceramics and textiles, continues to captivate and intrigue scholars and visitors alike, providing valuable insights into the spiritual and artistic vision of one of ancient Peru's most remarkable cultures. The creation of the Nazca lines and their symbolism. The Nazca lines, perhaps the most iconic and mysterious aspect of Nazca culture, have fascinated researchers and visitors for centuries. These vast geoglyphs, etched into the arid desert floor of southern Peru, are large-scale designs that range from simple geometric shapes to intricate representations of animals, plants, and deities. Stretching across the Nazca Desert, some lines measure several kilometers in length, while the largest figures can be over 100 meters wide. The creation of these lines is a testament to the ingenuity and spiritual depth of the Nazca people, but their purpose and meaning have long been the subject of debate. The process of creating the Nazca lines is believed to have involved the removal of the top layer of reddish stones, revealing the lighter earth beneath. The Nazca likely used simple tools such as wooden stakes and ropes to mark out the designs, although the exact methods remain unclear. The geoglyphs were made over centuries, with the earliest dating to around 500 BCE and continuing until around 500 CE. The lines were intended to be viewed from the air, which is one of the reasons their true scale and design were not fully appreciated until modern aerial photography became available. This raises intriguing questions about the level of knowledge and organization required to create such large-scale works of art. The symbolic meaning of the Nazca lines remains one of the most debated aspects of Nazca culture. Some scholars believe that the lines served as astronomical markers, aligning with key celestial events such as the solstices and equinoxes. The orientation of certain figures, such as the long straight lines and animal motifs, may have had specific astronomical or seasonal significance, helping the Nazca people track the movements of the sun, moon, and stars to guide agricultural practices. The connection between the lines and celestial events may also have had spiritual implications, as the Nazca believed that the cosmos and natural world were deeply intertwined, with celestial forces influencing the earth below. Other interpretations suggest that the geoglyphs were part of religious or ceremonial practices. Some of the animal motifs, such as the spider, hummingbird, and monkey, could represent deities or symbols of fertility and agricultural abundance. The act of creating the lines may have been a ritualistic offering to the gods, intended to ensure good harvests or divine favor. Additionally, the lines could have been pilgrimage routes where people traveled to sacred locations to perform rituals or connect with the divine. The sheer scale and complexity of the lines suggests that they played a significant role in the Nazca's spiritual and social life. In conclusion, the creation of the Nazca lines remains a remarkable achievement, reflecting the ingenuity, religious beliefs, and cosmic worldview of the Nazca people. Whether used for astronomical observation, religious rituals, or social cohesion, the geoglyphs stand as a testament to the sophistication of Nazca culture and continue to captivate those who seek to understand their mystery and meaning. Nazca pottery and textile art. Nazca pottery and textile art are key components of the cultural legacy left by this ancient civilization, showcasing their exceptional craftsmanship and deep spiritual and cultural values. These artistic forms not only served practical purposes in daily life, but also played important roles in religious rituals and societal practices. The bold, colorful designs and intricate details found in Nazca pottery and textiles reflect the society's connection to nature, the divine, and the cosmos, making these objects significant both in artistic and symbolic terms. Nazca pottery is renowned for its vibrant colors, elaborate designs, and unique shapes. Artists often use clay sourced from the surrounding desert to create a variety of ceramic vessels, including bowls, pitchers, and storage jars. The pottery was typically hand-built, with artisans employing coils of clay to shape the pieces before smoothing and polishing the surfaces. Once shaped, the pottery was decorated with bold geometric patterns, stylized depictions of animals, deities, and natural elements such as plants and water. The design motifs were often inspired by the natural world, with creatures like birds, spiders, monkeys, and fish being common subjects. These animals were not just artistic representations, but held symbolic meanings, relating to fertility, agricultural abundance, and spiritual power. The use of color was another striking feature of Nazca pottery. Bright red, yellow, orange, and black pigments were derived from natural minerals and plants, and these colors were applied using a slip coating technique, which involved brushing a thin layer of liquid clay over the surface before firing. This technique allowed the Nazca to create sharp contrasts between the intricate designs and the natural color of the clay, resulting in strikingly vibrant pottery. Some ceramics were also designed with a functional purpose in mind, serving as ritual objects or offering vessels for the gods. Others, particularly those depicting gods or mythological figures, were likely used in burial contexts, serving as both decorative items and symbolic representations of spiritual beliefs. Nazca textiles are equally notable for their complexity and color. The Nazca were skilled weavers who produced a wide range of textiles, from clothing and blankets to ceremonial garments. Like their pottery, these textiles featured intricate patterns and vibrant colors, often utilizing the same motifs seen in the ceramics. The weaving techniques used by the Nazca involved fine, tight threads, which allowed for intricate designs and vivid color contrasts. Textiles were often made from cotton, and some were dyed using natural materials such as plant extracts and insect dyes, which produced a wide range of colors. Patterns were often geometric in nature, but representations of animals, gods, and cosmic elements also appeared, reflecting the Nazca's spiritual beliefs and their reverence for the natural world. Both pottery and textiles served as important forms of communication for the Nazca people, with these objects representing not only artistic achievement, but also the society's connection to the supernatural, to the gods, and to the cycles of nature. These objects were often used in ceremonial contexts, in burial practices, and as offerings, reinforcing the deeply religious and symbolic role art played in Nazca society. In conclusion, Nazca pottery and textile art are significant in understanding the culture of this ancient civilization. Their detailed, colorful designs reflect a deep engagement with nature and the divine, offering a window into the spiritual and social life of the Nazca people. The craftsmanship displayed in these art forms continues to be a testament to the creativity, skill, and beliefs that define Nazca culture and help shape the artistic traditions of ancient Peru. Religion and ceremonial art. Religion and ceremonial practices were deeply intertwined with the art of the Nazca civilization, shaping much of their artistic expression and cultural identity. The Nazca people, who lived in the arid coastal plains of southern Peru, had a worldview centered around the natural environment, the cosmos, and the divine forces that governed both. The connection between art and religion was not merely symbolic, but a functional and essential part of their society, used in rituals to maintain harmony with the gods, nature, and the cycles of life. One of the most striking aspects of Nazca religious art is the frequent depiction of deities, animals, and supernatural beings, which were believed to embody spiritual forces or serve as intermediaries between humans and the gods. In ceramics, textiles, and the famous Nazca lines, Animals like spiders, monkeys, birds, and serpents were not just artistic subjects. They were symbols of fertility, power, and divine protection. The Nazca believed that these animals had spiritual significance, acting as conduits for divine energy that could influence the success of crops, the fertility of the land, and the overall well-being of their society. Through art, the Nazca communicated their reverence for these forces, using visual representation as a form of ritual offering to ensure the prosperity of their community. The Nazca also had a pantheon of gods, which were often depicted in their art in anthropomorphic or zoomorphic forms. These deities were closely tied to elements of nature, such as water, the sun, and agricultural fertility, reflecting the Nazca's dependence on the environment for survival. Rituals and ceremonies dedicated to these gods were vital for the maintenance of cosmic order. Ceremonial art, including elaborately decorated pottery and textiles, was often created as part of these religious practices. Some of these objects were used in offerings or as burial items, meant to accompany the deceased into the afterlife, ensuring their protection and favor in the spiritual realm. The role of the Nazca lines within this religious context is also significant. These large-scale geoglyphs were likely used in religious rituals, serving as sacred spaces or pilgrimage routes where ceremonial activities took place. Some researchers speculate that the lines had an astronomical or cosmological significance, aligning with celestial events such as solstices or equinoxes. The creation of the lines themselves may have been seen as a form of ritualistic devotion, offering a direct connection to the divine. In this way, the Nazca lines became not only a form of artistic expression, but also a physical manifestation of their spiritual beliefs. Nazca ceremonial art was not merely decorative. It was a critical element of the society's religious and social fabric. It served to maintain the balance between the human world and the divine, ensuring the favor of the gods and the fertility of the land. Through art, the Nazca reinforced their understanding of the natural world, the forces that shape their lives, and their deep connection to the divine. In this way, their art transcended the visual and became a powerful tool in navigating and honoring the spiritual dimensions of their existence. In conclusion, religion and ceremonial art were integral to the Nazca civilization. Their artistic expressions, whether in pottery, textiles, or monumental geoglyphs, reflect a profound belief in the divine forces that shape their world. Art was not simply an aesthetic pursuit for the Nazca people. It was a vital means of communication with the gods, an essential part of their religious life, and a central component of their cultural identity. Influence on later cultures. The Nazca civilization, with its remarkable artistic achievements, had a lasting influence on later cultures in the Andean region of South America. While the civilization itself declined around 600 CE, the artistic traditions and religious practices developed by the Nazca people continued to resonate in the cultural landscapes of Peru and beyond. The legacy of the Nazca can be seen in the way later societies adopted and adapted their motifs, techniques, and spiritual ideas, integrating them into their own artistic and ceremonial practices. One of the most significant areas where the Nazca influence endured was in the realm of iconography. The vibrant animal motifs that characterize Nazca ceramics, textiles, and geoglyphs were later echoed in the art of cultures like the Wari and the Inca, both of whom incorporated similar animal symbolism into their artwork. For example, the Inca, who ruled much of the Andean region several centuries after the fall of the Nazca, utilized similar motifs of animals such as the jaguar, condor, and snake to represent power, divinity, and spiritual concepts. While the specific meanings of these symbols may have shifted over time, the visual language of animal representations, so central to Nazca art, remained a common thread in Andean artistic traditions. Another area where the Nazca left a significant imprint was in their use of ceremonial art. The concept of using art in ritual contexts, particularly in relation to religious and agricultural cycles, was an approach that continued to influence later Andean cultures. The Nazca's practice of creating ceremonial pottery and textiles, often adorned with representations of deities and natural forces, was echoed in the religious art of the Inca Empire, where ceremonial objects were created to honor the gods and ensure prosperity. The Inca, in particular, continued the tradition of creating elaborate ritual items and monumental works of art that honored their pantheon of gods and reflected the deep spiritual connection between the people and the divine. The Nazca lines themselves, despite their mysterious origins, likely had an influence on later societies that shared the same spiritual and cosmological concerns. While no other civilization in the Andes is known to have created geoglyphs on the same scale, later cultures, particularly the Inca, built large-scale architectural and ceremonial complexes that reflected similar cosmological concerns. The Inca, for instance, constructed massive, sacred spaces like Machu Picchu and the city of Cusco, which were aligned with astronomical events and reflected a profound understanding of the natural world, much as the Nazca lines did. In conclusion, the Nazca civilization left an indelible mark on the art, religion, and culture of the Andean region. Its distinctive artistic style and its spiritual practices influenced the development of later cultures, particularly the Wari and the Inca. By carrying forward the symbolism, religious beliefs, and ceremonial practices of the Nazca, these cultures preserved the legacy of the ancient civilization, ensuring that its artistic and spiritual vision would continue to shape the cultural landscape of South America for centuries to come. Chapter 8, The Moche, Art of the Andean Region. The Moche civilization, which thrived along the northern coast of Peru from approximately 100 to 800 CE, is renowned for its artistic sophistication and its influence on Andean culture. The Moche are particularly celebrated for their mastery in ceramics, metallurgy, textiles, and monumental architecture, which reflect not only their technological skills, but also their complex spiritual and social systems. Their art was deeply intertwined with their religious practices, daily life, and expressions of power, and it provides valuable insights into the civilization's worldview. Moche pottery is perhaps the most iconic aspect of their artistic legacy. Moche potters created highly detailed and realistic portrait vessels, many of which were modeled after human faces. These three-dimensional ceramics were often used in ceremonial contexts and are thought to depict important individuals, including deities, rulers, or warriors. These vessels are known for their extraordinary craftsmanship, as well as for their naturalistic depiction of facial features and expressions, which showcase the Moche's advanced understanding of human anatomy. The intricacy and realism of Moche pottery reflect the culture's deep connection to its social hierarchies and religious practices. In addition to pottery, the Moche were skilled metalworkers, particularly in gold and silver. They crafted intricate jewelry, ceremonial masks, and decorative items that served both as symbols of status and as offerings to the gods. These metals were often used in rituals to honor deities associated with fertility, water, and agriculture. The Moche's expertise in metallurgy allowed them to produce fine objects that were both functional and symbolic, often carrying powerful religious significance. Gold, in particular, was revered as the embodiment of the sun, which held central importance in Moche cosmology. The Moche also excelled in monumental architecture, building large adobe structures known as huacas, which functioned as centers of religious activity. The Huaca del Sol and Huaca de la Luna are two of the most famous examples. These massive pyramid-like structures were adorned with elaborate murals that depicted scenes of mythology, divine figures, and ritualistic practices. The vibrant colors and dynamic compositions of these murals highlight the Moche's sophisticated artistic techniques and their deep involvement with religion and cosmology. Textiles were another important medium for the Moche, used not only for everyday life but also in ceremonial contexts. The Moche produced intricately woven garments, often decorated with motifs representing animals, deities, and cosmological themes. These textiles were symbolic of the wearer's social status and role in religious rituals, demonstrating the complex relationship between art, society, and spirituality in Moche culture. In conclusion, the Moche civilization's art reflects a society deeply rooted in religious beliefs, social stratification, and an intricate understanding of the human experience. Their exceptional skills in pottery, metallurgy, architecture, and textiles left a lasting legacy in the Andean world, influencing subsequent cultures such as the Nazca and the Inca. The Moche's artistic works continue to be celebrated for their technical mastery and their vivid portrayal of the divine, the natural world, and the complexities of Moche society. Origins and geography of the Moche. The Moche civilization emerged around 100 CE in the arid coastal region of northern Peru, situated between the Pacific Ocean and the Andean Mountains. The geography of this region significantly influenced the Moche way of life, with a unique combination of desert landscapes, river valleys, and access to the coast shaping their agricultural and economic practices. The Moche thrived in the valleys of the Chicama, Moche, and Piura rivers, which provided water for irrigation and enabled the cultivation of crops such as maize, beans, and cotton. This reliance on irrigation systems became crucial in sustaining their population in an otherwise dry environment. The Moche people were highly skilled in agriculture, constructing extensive networks of canals and aqueducts to bring water from the rivers to their fields. This advanced agricultural infrastructure allowed the Moche to support a large and prosperous civilization. The success of their agricultural practices, combined with their access to marine resources from the Pacific Ocean, played a key role in the economic and cultural development of the civilization. Fish, shellfish, and other marine life were important food sources, and the Moche traded these resources with other cultures along the coast. Geographically, the Moche region was strategically located along a major trade route, which connected the coastal areas to the highland Andean cultures. This facilitated the exchange of goods, such as textiles, ceramics, and precious metals, which were highly valued in the Moche world. The proximity to the Andean highlands also enabled the Moche to obtain materials like stone, which were essential for building their monumental structures and creating finely crafted artworks. The Moche were organized into a series of independent but interconnected city-states, each with its own ruler, who often had control over a specific valley or region. The most important Moche urban centers were located in the valleys of the Moche and Chicama rivers, and their most notable archaeological sites, such as the Huaca del Sol and Huaca de la Luna, reflect the region's strategic importance. These large ceremonial centers were constructed from adobe and were used for religious rituals, political gatherings, and other ceremonial activities that reinforced the power and influence of the ruling elites. The harsh geography of the region, with its limited rainfall and occasional natural disasters, such as earthquakes and floods, may have influenced the Moche's belief system. Their art and architecture often centered around themes of fertility, water, and cosmic cycles, which were central to their survival in a challenging environment. The Moche people's connection to the land, the rivers, and the sea was reflected in their art, which depicted nature, animals, and gods, illustrating their reverence for the forces of nature that sustained their civilization. In conclusion, the origins and geography of the Moche civilization played a vital role in shaping its culture, economy, and artistic achievements. The region's natural resources, along with the moat's advanced agricultural techniques and strategic location, allowed the civilization to flourish. Their environment influenced their artistic and religious expressions, resulting in a civilization that was deeply attuned to the natural world and its cycles. Moche ceramics and portrait vessels. Moche ceramics are among the most iconic and defining aspects of the civilization, renowned for their remarkable realism, intricate designs, and functional role in both everyday and ceremonial life. The Moche were skilled potters who created a wide range of ceramic objects, including cooking vessels, storage jars, and ritual items. However, it is their portrait vessels that have become emblematic of Mochi art, demonstrating not only their exceptional craftsmanship, but also their social, political, and religious significance. Portrait vessels were three-dimensional ceramic pieces that depicted human faces, often with astonishing naturalism and attention to detail. These vessels were frequently molded to resemble individuals, such as rulers, warriors, or deities, and were sometimes even crafted to portray specific people, as identified by distinct facial features or attributes. The Moche's ability to capture the subtle nuances of facial expressions, including wrinkles, scars, and unique features, speaks to their deep understanding of human anatomy and their desire to represent the world around them with accuracy and empathy. The portrait vessels were used in various contexts, from daily household use to important religious ceremonies. It is believed that these vessels were used in the context of rituals that involved offerings to the gods, with the faces of the vessels symbolizing the connection between the divine and human realms. Many of the portraits are thought to represent deities or important figures, with the facial expressions often conveying the power, authority, or mystical qualities attributed to them. These vessels not only served as functional objects, but also carried deep symbolic meaning, reinforcing the Moche's belief in the interconnectedness of the living and the spiritual worlds. In addition to portrait vessels, Moche ceramics were often decorated with scenes that depicted daily life, animals, and supernatural beings. Moche artists used these ceramics as a means of telling stories, depicting gods, mythological creatures, and the cycles of nature. The imagery on the vessels was rich with symbolism and often related to the Mochi's agricultural practices, as well as their religious and ceremonial life. For instance, motifs of fertility, water, and the afterlife were common, reflecting the Moche's strong belief in the importance of life-giving forces and their connection to the natural world. The technical skill demonstrated in Moche ceramics is also noteworthy. The potters used a variety of methods to create their works, including molding, modeling, and painting, to achieve a wide range of textures and details. Many vessels were fired in a kiln and then painted with vibrant colors, which have remarkably endured over the centuries. This combination of technical expertise and artistic expression made Moche ceramics highly valued both in their time and by modern scholars and collectors. In conclusion, Moche ceramics, particularly the portrait vessels, are an enduring testament to the civilization's artistic and cultural achievements. These works of art offer valuable insight into Moche society, reflecting their belief systems, social structures, and deep connection to the natural and supernatural worlds. Through these intricate and expressive ceramics, the Moche were able to immortalize the faces and stories of their time, creating a lasting legacy that continues to captivate and intrigue people today. The Moche's use of metal and textiles. The Moche civilization is renowned not only for its artistic achievements in ceramics, but also for its exceptional craftsmanship in metalworking and textiles. These materials played a significant role in their culture, reflecting the society's wealth, religious practices, and social hierarchies. Through their intricate metal objects and finely woven textiles, the Moche were able to express both their technological prowess and their spiritual beliefs, creating artifacts that were both functional and symbolic. The Moche were master metalworkers, particularly skilled in the use of gold, silver, and copper. They created a variety of objects, ranging from jewelry and ceremonial masks to offerings and burial goods. The finest metalwork often took the form of intricate ornaments such as ear spools, nose rings, and necklaces, as well as elaborate headdresses and masks. These objects were frequently worn by the elite, signifying high status and spiritual power. Gold, in particular, was highly prized because of its association with the sun, an important deity in Moche cosmology. The shining, eternal nature of gold symbolized the sun's life-giving energy, which was central to Moche religion and agriculture. The Moche's metalworking techniques, which included casting, hammering, and soldering, were highly advanced for their time and demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of materials and processes. The use of metal extended beyond personal adornment to include ceremonial items used in religious rituals. For example, large metal offerings, often in the form of figurines or ceremonial plates, were deposited in tombs or sacred sites as tributes to the gods. These offerings may have been intended to honor deities associated with fertility, water, or the afterlife, reflecting the Moshe's belief in the importance of appeasing the divine forces that governed life and death. Some of the Moshe's most famous burial finds include large quantities of metal objects, which were likely intended to accompany the deceased into the afterlife, ensuring their status and providing them with the material wealth needed for the journey. In addition to metal, textiles played a crucial role in Moshe society. The Moshe were skilled weavers, producing textiles from cotton and alpaca wool. These textiles were used in everyday clothing as well as in ceremonial contexts. Garments were often adorned with elaborate designs, including motifs of animals, gods, and cosmological themes. The patterns on these textiles not only showcased the weaver's skill, but also conveyed symbolic meaning. Textiles were often used in ritual contexts, such as funerary practices, where they might be offered as garments for the dead or used as ceremonial banners. Like metalwork, textiles were also symbols of status, with the finest garments worn by the elite and used in sacred rituals. The Moshe's use of metal and textiles reflects the civilization's deep connection to both the material and spiritual worlds. These media were not only indicators of wealth and social position, but also played a key role in religious ceremonies, marking important life events and honoring the gods. Through their intricate metalwork and finely crafted textiles, the Moshe left behind a legacy that highlights their exceptional artistry and their sophisticated understanding of the role of art in both the sacred and secular realms of life. Religious and ceremonial art in Moshe culture. In Moshe society, art was inextricably linked to religion and ceremonial life, serving both as a form of expression and as a powerful tool for reinforcing the authority of rulers and the spiritual connection between the human and divine realms. The Moshe believed in a complex pantheon of gods and supernatural forces that governed their world, and their religious art often depicted these deities, rituals, and cosmic cycles. Artworks such as ceramics, murals, metal objects, and textiles were created not only for personal use, but also as offerings, helping to maintain cosmic balance and ensure the fertility of the land, the success of harvests, and the well-being of the community. The moat created a wide range of religious and ceremonial objects, many of which featured vivid depictions of gods and mythological figures. Their ceramics, in particular, were integral to religious rituals. Moshe pottery frequently depicted scenes from mythology, with gods, warriors, and supernatural beings featured prominently. These ceramic vessels were often used in ceremonies, likely in association with offerings or burial rites. The highly detailed portrait vessels, for example, are believed to represent powerful figures, whether divine or human, reflecting the Moshe's belief in the direct interaction between the spiritual and earthly realms. Ceremonial art was not confined to pottery. Murals and reliefs found in Moshe temples and tombs also played a central role in religious practices. The murals, particularly those found at the Huaca de la Luna, depict complex narratives involving gods, warriors, and ritualistic scenes. These vibrant images were designed to not only beautify religious spaces, but also to communicate divine stories and reinforce the social and religious order. The gods were often shown in human or anthropomorphic forms, but their features were exaggerated or stylized to convey their supernatural power. These images helped to educate and inspire worshipers and were central to the ceremonial experience. Another key element of Moshe religious art was the use of precious metals, such as gold, silver, and copper, in ceremonial offerings. These objects were often crafted to honor the gods and were buried with the deceased in elaborate tombs, ensuring that the individual's passage to the afterlife was well supported. The most famous examples of Moshe metalwork include intricately designed jewelry, masks, and small figurines that were likely associated with rituals intended to ensure fertility, agricultural success, and protection from evil forces. Metalwork was also used to create symbolic representations of gods, emphasizing the Moche's belief in the power of these objects to mediate between the human world and the divine. Textiles, too, had a significant role in Moshe religious and ceremonial life. These textiles were often imbued with symbolic meaning, with patterns and colors designed to represent spiritual or cosmic elements, such as animals, celestial bodies, or gods. In ceremonies, textiles could be used to adorn priests, rulers, or sacred figures, further elevating the status of those involved in the rituals. Textiles were also employed as offerings, ensuring the continued favor of the gods. In sum, religious and ceremonial art in Moshe culture was not merely decorative, but held deep significance in the social, political, and spiritual life of the society. Through their art, the Moshe sought to communicate with the divine, mark important rites of passage, and maintain the balance of nature and society. The art created for these purposes was integral to Moche identity and continues to serve as a testament to their advanced understanding of the role of art in shaping and reflecting cultural and religious values. The significance of the Moche's iconography. The iconography of the Moche civilization is one of the most distinctive and revealing aspects of their culture. Through their art, the Moche created an intricate visual language that not only conveyed their religious beliefs and social structures, but also reflected their views on power, nature, and the cosmos. The Moche's iconography is characterized by its vivid and often complex depictions of gods, humans, animals, and supernatural forces, each of which played a role in the Moche understanding of the world around them. A significant element of Moche iconography is the portrayal of deities. The Moche pantheon was rich and varied, with gods and goddesses often depicted in anthropomorphic or zoomorphic forms, sometimes combining both human and animal features. These deities were seen as powerful forces that could control aspects of nature, such as fertility, water, and agriculture. For example, the Moche god Apag, often depicted with a snarling face and fangs, represented a powerful force of creation and destruction, embodying both the nurturing and destructive aspects of nature. Other gods, such as those associated with the sea and agriculture, were similarly depicted with features that communicated their divine powers and their connection to the earth. The iconography of Moche art also frequently featured animals, both real and mythical, which were symbolic of various natural forces. For instance, the portrayal of felines, snakes, and birds was often linked to specific deities or natural elements, symbolizing the Moche's reverence for the animals that played a significant role in their daily lives or in their mythologies. These animals were not merely representations of nature, but were seen as symbols of spiritual power, mediating between the human and divine realms. In addition to gods and animals, Moche art often depicted warriors, rulers, and sacrificial scenes, reflecting the importance of power, warfare, and ritual in Moche society. The portrayal of warriors, for example, symbolized the strength and authority of the ruling elite, while depictions of human sacrifice and ritualized violence underscored the Moche belief in the need to appease the gods through offerings of blood and devotion. These scenes were not just artistic expressions, they were deeply embedded in the political and religious framework of Moche culture, reinforcing the legitimacy of rulers and their divine right to govern. Moche iconography also extended to their daily life and agriculture. Scenes of people working the land, harvesting crops, or fishing depicted the vital relationship between humans and the natural world. These depictions emphasized the importance of fertility, labor, and the cycles of nature, which were central to the survival of Moche society. The significance of Moche iconography lies in its ability to convey the complex worldview of the Moche people. Their art was not simply a reflection of the physical world, but was also a means of communicating their religious beliefs, social organization, and understanding of the forces that govern their lives. Through their iconography, the Moche created a visual language that allowed them to express their deepest beliefs, concerns, and aspirations, leaving behind a legacy of art that continues to fascinate and inspire modern scholars. Chapter 9, The Wari, the Andean Middle Horizon. The Wari civilization, which flourished between approximately 600 and 1100 CE, marks a crucial phase in the development of Andean culture during the Middle Horizon. Known for its expansive territorial reach and highly organized society, the Wari left a profound influence on the region's political and artistic landscapes. Emerging in the highland areas of modern-day Peru, the Wari were able to integrate various cultural practices from different Andean groups, creating a unified, centralized state. Their remarkable achievements in architecture, urban planning, and art stand as a testament to their sophistication and influence on later civilizations such as the Inca. The Wari civilization is best known for its urban planning and architectural innovations. The capital city, known as Wari or Huari, was strategically located in the Andean highlands and functioned as a political and religious hub. The Wari constructed large, planned cities with extensive networks of roads, plazas, and monumental buildings that were designed to serve both administrative and ceremonial functions. Their urban design was highly organized, and it included the use of rectangular and grid-like layouts, a feature that would later be adopted by the Incas in their own urban planning. The architecture of the Wari also featured intricately constructed stone walls and expansive public spaces that reflected their advanced engineering techniques. In terms of art, the Wari were known for their highly stylized and symbolic works. Their artistic production was diverse, ranging from ceramics to textiles, murals, and metalwork. One of the most distinctive features of Wari art is the use of intricate, geometric patterns and motifs that were employed across various media. These patterns were often symbolic, relating to their religious beliefs, social structure, and cosmological understanding. Many of the Wari's textiles, which were woven with fine materials like cotton and alpaca wool, featured bold designs that combined geometric forms with stylized representations of animals and supernatural beings. These textiles not only served as clothing, but also played a central role in rituals and social identity. In addition to ceramics and textiles, the Wari also excelled in metalwork, producing finely crafted objects such as jewelry, ceremonial items, and tools. Their use of metal, particularly copper and bronze, demonstrated a high level of craftsmanship and technological expertise, allowing them to create objects that were both functional and ceremonial in nature. The Wari's religious and ceremonial practices were deeply intertwined with their artistic expressions. Their art served as a means of reinforcing the political and spiritual authority of their rulers, with many artworks created for ritualistic purposes or as offerings to the gods. The Wari believed in a complex cosmology that emphasized the interconnectedness of the natural, spiritual, and social worlds. As such, their art was not only a reflection of their beliefs, but also an instrument for maintaining harmony and order within their society. The Wari civilization's influence extended beyond their immediate region, as their architectural styles, artistic traditions, and political models were adopted by subsequent cultures in the Andes, particularly the Inca. Through their achievements in urban planning, art, and metallurgy, the Wari left an indelible mark on Andean civilization, shaping the trajectory of the region's cultural and political development long after their decline. Wari civilization and its influence. The Wari civilization, which thrived in the central Andes between 600 and 1100 CE, holds a pivotal role in the development of Andean cultures. This civilization was one of the earliest to establish a large, cohesive state with widespread influence, laying the groundwork for the later success of the Inca Empire. Known for its highly organized political system, advanced infrastructure, and distinctive artistic traditions, the Wari left a legacy that would endure through centuries, influencing subsequent Andean societies in profound ways. The Wari's influence can primarily be seen in their approach to statecraft and urban planning. As one of the first Andean cultures to implement a centralized government, the Wari managed an expansive territory that stretched across the highlands and into coastal regions. Their capital, Wari, or Huari, was a sophisticated urban center designed with a well-planned layout featuring organized streets, plazas, and ceremonial areas. This urban design was a departure from the more organically developed settlements of earlier civilizations and served as a model for later Andean cultures, most notably the Incas. The Wari's use of planned urban spaces, monumental architecture, and extensive road networks contributed to the creation of an infrastructure that would be adopted and refined by the Inca Empire. Another area of influence was the Wari's artistic traditions, which spread across the Andean region through their interactions with neighboring cultures. The Wari developed a distinctive style of art that combined geometric patterns, vibrant colors, and symbolic motifs. These designs often had religious and political significance, reinforcing the authority of the ruling elite and their connection to divine forces. Wari textiles, ceramics, and metalwork influenced the artistic styles of the later civilizations in the Andes, including the Inca, who adopted many Wari artistic elements in their own material culture. In addition to art and architecture, the Wari civilization also had a significant impact on the religious practices of the Andean world. The Wari were known for their complex belief system, which included a pantheon of gods and spiritual figures linked to agriculture, fertility, and the natural world. Their religious rituals often involved offerings, ceremonies, and the use of sacred spaces, many of which would be mirrored in the religious practices of the Inca. The Wari's emphasis on the divine right of rulers and the use of art to legitimize political power had a lasting influence on the Inca, who adopted similar practices to consolidate their authority over vast territories. Although the Wari civilization declined by the end of the 11th century, their cultural, political, and artistic legacies continued to shape Andean society. The Inca, who rose to power several centuries later, were profoundly influenced by the Wari in their approach to governance, art, and religion. Through their contributions to Andean culture, the Wari helped lay the foundation for the great civilizations that would follow, ensuring that their influence persisted long after their decline. Wari architecture and urban planning. Wari architecture and urban planning stand as some of the most impressive and innovative achievements of the civilization. As one of the earliest Andean cultures to establish a highly centralized state, the Wari utilized their architectural skills to create large, well-planned urban centers that reflected their organizational prowess and centralized authority. These cities were strategically designed to facilitate political control, religious practices, and social order across the expansive territories that the Wari ruled. The most prominent example of Wari urban planning is their capital city, Wari, or Huari, located in the Andean highlands. The city was designed with a clear layout, marked by an orthogonal grid system that featured wide streets, open plazas, and impressive public spaces. This planned design was unusual for its time and set a precedent for later Andean civilizations, particularly the Incas, who would further refine these urban layouts. The Wari city structure was a direct reflection of their political system, emphasizing order and centralization. The city housed large ceremonial complexes, administrative buildings, and residences, all arranged with a deliberate sense of organization. Wari's use of a centralized urban plan ensured that both political and religious activities could be carried out efficiently within the heart of the empire. In terms of architecture, the Wari were known for their skill in working with stone, creating sturdy, monumental structures that have stood the test of time. Their buildings typically featured large rectangular stone blocks, and the use of tightly fitted masonry helped to withstand the region's seismic activity. Notable examples of Wari architecture include their grand pyramidal structures, plazas, and temples, many of which had religious and ceremonial significance. These buildings often contained large, open courtyards for communal gatherings, religious rituals, and public performances. The use of terraces and plazas allowed for the congregation of large groups, reflecting the Wari's emphasis on state-sponsored rituals and public events. The Wari also developed an extensive system of roads that connected their urban centers and facilitated communication across their vast empire. These roads, which stretched from the highlands to the coast, were vital for the movement of goods, military forces, and religious offerings. This network of roads also helped integrate disparate cultural groups within the empire, creating a sense of cohesion and shared identity. The Wari's architectural achievements were not just a reflection of their technical abilities, but also a manifestation of their social, political, and religious ideologies. Their urban planning facilitated the efficient administration of their empire and reinforced their centralized control, while their monumental architecture helped legitimize the power of the ruling elite. In these ways, Wari architecture and urban planning played a critical role in shaping the Andean world and influenced future civilizations, particularly the Inca. Art and the role of rituals. In the Wari civilization, art and rituals were deeply interconnected, with artistic expression playing a central role in religious and ceremonial practices. The Wari's artistic production was not merely decorative, but served as a vital tool for communicating spiritual and political power. Their art was carefully crafted to reinforce their religious beliefs, assert the authority of the state, and symbolize the complex relationships between the natural and supernatural realms. One of the primary ways in which Wari art and rituals were intertwined was through the use of imagery that reflected their cosmological understanding. Much of the Wari's art depicted deities, supernatural beings, and symbolic motifs associated with fertility, agriculture, and the forces of nature. These images were not only aesthetic representations, but also served as powerful symbols meant to invoke divine protection and favor. The Wari believed in a pantheon of gods who governed various aspects of life, including the agricultural cycle, weather, and warfare. Art, in this context, was a medium through which the Wari could engage with the gods, ensuring their continued influence and favor over the land. Rituals were integral to Wari society, and their art often played a key role in these ceremonies. Temples, ceremonial spaces, and public plazas were adorned with large, elaborate sculptures and intricate murals that served to elevate the sacred nature of these locations. These artworks provided a visual connection to the divine, helping to create an atmosphere of reverence and awe during religious events. The Wari also created ritual objects, such as finely crafted ceramics, textiles, and metalworks, which were often used in ceremonies or as offerings to the gods. These items were imbued with symbolic meaning, reflecting the civilization's understanding of the cosmos, the afterlife, and the divine right of rulers. The role of ritual in Wari society was also closely linked to the concept of power. Rulers and elites used art to legitimize their authority and demonstrate their divine connection to the gods. Artworks depicting rulers in ceremonial settings or engaging in divine rituals reinforced the idea that the leaders were not just political figures, but also intermediaries between the human and divine realms. These works reinforced the belief that the ruler's actions, supported by rituals, ensured the continued prosperity and stability of the society. Moreover, the Wari's emphasis on monumental public art further demonstrated the centrality of rituals in their culture. Large-scale ceremonial spaces, adorned with symbolic artwork, were designed to facilitate collective rituals and public gatherings, reinforcing social unity and the power of the state. In this way, art was not just a private or individual pursuit, but a collective activity that helped to shape the social, political, and religious life of the Wari. Overall, art and rituals in the Wari civilization were deeply entwined, with artistic expression serving as a powerful means of spiritual engagement, social cohesion, and political legitimacy. Through their artistic creations, the Wari reinforced their worldview, upheld their cultural values, and ensured that their rituals were carried out with the divine sanction needed to maintain their power. Wari pottery and textiles. Pottery and textiles were two of the most significant art forms in the Wari civilization, and they played a crucial role in the society's cultural and ritual practices. These materials not only served functional purposes, but also held deep symbolic and religious significance. The Wari were known for their advanced techniques and distinctive artistic styles, which were reflected in the intricate designs found in their pottery and textiles. Wari pottery was often used for both everyday domestic purposes and ceremonial functions. The ceramic vessels produced by the Wari were highly decorated, featuring geometric patterns, symbolic motifs, and stylized depictions of animals, deities, and supernatural figures. These designs were not just aesthetic choices. They held specific meanings tied to the Wari's cosmology and religious beliefs. For example, some pottery was used in burial rituals or as offerings to the gods, suggesting that these objects had both practical and spiritual roles. The shapes and forms of the pottery also varied depending on their intended use, with some vessels designed for holding liquids or food, while others were created as ceremonial items. The high level of craftsmanship demonstrated in Wari pottery indicates they're skilled potters who employed sophisticated techniques to create smooth surfaces, fine detailing, and precise shapes. Wari textiles were similarly intricate and highly valued. Textiles were made from a variety of materials, including cotton and alpaca wool, and they were woven using advanced techniques that produced fine, colorful fabrics. These textiles were often adorned with geometric patterns, but also depicted figures and animals that were significant in Wari religious beliefs. The use of bold, vivid colors and elaborate designs made Wari textiles a prominent feature in both everyday life and in ceremonial contexts. Textiles played a central role in ritual events, with items like woven tunics, cloaks, and ceremonial garments being worn by the elite or used as offerings in religious ceremonies. Textiles were also used as a form of social expression, with patterns and designs signaling the wearer's social status, role, and connection to divine forces. Both pottery and textiles were also crucial in the communication of political and religious ideologies. The Wari rulers used these art forms to display their divine right to rule, as seen in the ceremonial textiles worn by the elite during rituals. These objects symbolized not only the person's status, but also their connection to the gods and the larger cosmic order. Additionally, the art on pottery and textiles often included symbols representing fertility, agriculture, and the cycle of life and death, reflecting the Wari's deep understanding of the natural world and its spiritual dimensions. In conclusion, pottery and textiles were integral to the Wari civilization, serving both practical and symbolic roles in society. Through their mastery of these mediums, the Wari created works of art that conveyed important cultural, religious, and political messages, making these art forms a powerful tool in the civilization's rituals and daily life. The collapse and legacy of the Wari. The decline of the Wari civilization around the 11th century remains one of the most intriguing aspects of Andean history. While the exact reasons for the collapse are not fully understood, several factors likely contributed to the downfall of this once powerful empire. The Wari, like other ancient civilizations, experienced internal and external pressures that weakened their ability to maintain control over such a vast and complex society. Environmental changes, such as periods of drought, may have played a significant role in destabilizing agricultural production, which in turn could have led to economic and social stress. Furthermore, political fragmentation, possibly exacerbated by overexpansion, may have led to the loss of centralized authority, causing the empire to disintegrate into smaller, regional entities. Despite the decline and eventual collapse of the Wari civilization, their legacy endured and profoundly influenced subsequent cultures, most notably the Inca Empire. The Wari's architectural innovations, such as urban planning, extensive road networks, and the use of monumental stone construction, were adopted and refined by the Incas. The Wari system of centralized governance and bureaucratic administration served as a model for the Inca, whose empire also spanned vast territories and required intricate political and logistical organization. The Inca Empire inherited many of the Wari's infrastructural advancements, which helped them govern efficiently over their own vast domains. In addition to architecture, the Wari's artistic traditions left a lasting imprint on the Andean world. Their distinctive ceramics, textiles, and metalwork influenced later Andean civilizations, particularly the Incas, who continued many of the Wari's artistic motifs, symbolic representations, and crafting techniques. Wari pottery, with its geometric patterns and stylized depictions of animals and deities, became a prototype for later Andean ceramics, while their textiles, characterized by complex designs and vibrant colors, were emulated by other cultures in the region. Religiously, the Wari's pantheon of gods and their practice of using art to reinforce political and spiritual authority also shaped the Incas' own religious practices. The idea of divinely sanctioned rulers and the use of art as a means of expressing this connection to the gods was carried forward by the Inca. The Wari's rituals and ceremonies, which involved art and material culture in sacred contexts, set a precedent for the Incas' lavish ceremonies and offerings to the gods. In conclusion, while the Wari civilization may have collapsed, its cultural, political, and artistic legacy played a crucial role in shaping the Andean world for centuries to come. The Inca, who rose to power after the fall of the Wari, would adopt and adapt many of their practices, ensuring that the Wari's influence endured long after their empire had faded. Chapter 10, The Tiwanaku, Art from the Altiplano. The Tiwanaku civilization, located in the high-altitude region of the Andean Altiplano, is one of the most remarkable cultures of pre-Columbian South America. Situated near the shores of Lake Titicaca, on the border between modern-day Bolivia and Peru, Tiwanaku reached its peak between 500 and 1000 CE. Despite the harsh environment, the Tiwanaku thrived, developing an advanced society known for its architectural feats, agricultural innovations, and distinctive art forms. The civilization's art was intricately linked to its religious and political systems, serving as a vehicle for expressing their cosmological beliefs, authority, and cultural identity. One of the most iconic aspects of Tiwanaku art is the monumental stone architecture that reflects their sophisticated engineering techniques. The Tiwanaku constructed large temples, pyramids, and ceremonial platforms, often using finely cut stone blocks that fit together with remarkable precision. The most famous of these is the Acapana Pyramid, a terrace structure that was likely used for religious ceremonies. Additionally, the semi-subterranean temple, with its large stone sculptures and columns, demonstrates the Tiwanaku's skill in both architectural design and artistic expression. These architectural forms were not just practical, but were also imbued with spiritual significance, symbolizing the connection between the earthly and divine realms. In terms of sculpture, the Tiwanaku were particularly skilled in creating monumental stone figures that depicted gods, ancestors, and other important cultural symbols. One of the most notable is the Ponce monolith, a large stone carving that is believed to represent a deity or a high-ranking individual. These stone sculptures, often adorned with elaborate designs, were meant to convey power and authority. They were placed in prominent locations, reinforcing the Tiwanaku's spiritual and political dominance over the region. Many of these sculptures display intricate geometric patterns and stylized human figures, signifying the importance of ritual and divine interaction in Tiwanaku society. Tiwanaku ceramics, while not as extensive as those of other Andean cultures, were similarly symbolic. They often featured intricate designs that were reflective of the region's religious beliefs. Some pottery vessels were used in ritual contexts, holding offerings to the gods, while others served as everyday items. The designs on these ceramics often incorporated elements of Tiwanaku iconography, including motifs of fertility, animals, and cosmological symbols, tying them to the broader religious and spiritual life of the civilization. The Tiwanaku also produced a distinctive form of textile art, though fewer examples have survived. Textiles were highly prized, and they played an important role in ceremonial life. These fabrics often incorporated vibrant colors and complex patterns that reflected the Tiwanaku's relationship with the natural world and the cosmos. The Tiwanaku's art was a powerful means of expressing their connection to both the natural and spiritual worlds. Their artistic creations, whether monumental architecture, sculpture, or ceramics, conveyed the civilization's deep reverence for the divine and its role in sustaining both political and social order. Through their art, the Tiwanaku established their cultural legacy, which would influence later Andean civilizations, most notably the Inca. The rise of Tiwanaku culture. The rise of Tiwanaku culture, one of the most influential civilizations in pre-Columbian South America, was a remarkable process that involved the blending of indigenous traditions with innovations in agriculture, architecture, and political organization. Situated at the high-altitude region of the Andean Altiplano near Lake Titicaca in modern-day Bolivia, Tiwanaku began to flourish around 500 BCE, reaching its zenith between 500 and 1000 CE. Its strategic location enabled the civilization to develop a unique and prosperous society, which played a central role in the Andean region's political, economic, and cultural history. The Tiwanaku people were able to thrive in a challenging environment marked by high altitudes, cold temperatures, and limited arable land, largely thanks to their advanced agricultural practices. They developed techniques like raised fields, known as waru-waru, which were built to retain moisture and protect crops from frost. This allowed them to grow a variety of crops, including potatoes, quinoa, and maize, ensuring a stable food supply. The Tiwanaku were also skilled in raising llamas and alpacas for wool and meat, which contributed to the development of a strong economy. The surplus produced from these agricultural advancements allowed the Tiwanaku to support a growing population, facilitating the rise of urban centers. As their economy grew, the Tiwanaku also expanded their influence through the development of a highly organized political structure. The city of Tiwanaku, the heart of this civilization, became a bustling urban center that housed impressive architecture and monumental structures. The Tiwanaku people were able to mobilize vast labor forces for the construction of these works, including the iconic Acapana Pyramid and the semi-subterranean temple. These monumental structures, built with precisely cut stone, showcase the civilization's advanced knowledge of engineering and construction. Religion played an essential role in the rise of Tiwanaku culture. The Tiwanaku people practiced a form of animism where they believed that natural forces and deities governed their world. Their art and architecture were heavily influenced by religious beliefs, with many of the civilization's monumental structures designed for ceremonial purposes. Tiwanaku art often depicted deities and symbolic figures associated with fertility, agriculture, and the cosmos. The use of monumental sculpture and ceremonial spaces reflected the Tiwanaku's belief in the divine power of rulers and their central role in ensuring the welfare of their people. By the time of its height, Tiwanaku had established a large network of influence, with trade routes extending across the Altiplano and into neighboring regions. Their cultural and political influence spread throughout the Andes, and their artistic styles and architectural techniques were adopted by other Andean societies. The rise of Tiwanaku culture not only marked the beginning of a significant civilization, but also set the stage for future Andean societies, such as the Inca Empire, which inherited and adapted many of the Tiwanaku's innovations. Tiwanaku's unique sculptural and architectural styles. Tiwanaku's artistic and architectural achievements stand as a testament to their advanced understanding of both material culture and cosmic symbolism. The civilization, centered around Lake Titicaca in the Andean Altiplano, developed a unique sculptural and architectural style that would greatly influence later cultures in the region. particularly the Inca. The intricacy and monumental scale of Tiwanaku's art and architecture reflect their deep connection to religion, politics, and cosmology. One of the most striking aspects of Tiwanaku art is its monumental stone sculpture. The civilization's stonework, especially the finely cut and precisely placed stones used in their architecture, reveals their advanced engineering and craftsmanship. The Ponce monolith, one of Tiwanaku's most famous sculptures, is a colossal figure carved from a single stone. It is believed to represent a god or ruler, standing as a symbol of divine authority. The figure is adorned with intricate patterns and facial features that may have had religious significance, reinforcing the connection between power, authority, and the divine. Other monolithic statues, like the semi-subterranean temple's stone columns, are similarly adorned with anthropomorphic faces and motifs, again linking art to the spiritual and political realms. These monumental sculptures were not simply decorative. They conveyed messages of power and were likely used in rituals to connect the earthly realm to the divine. Tiwanaku's architecture is equally impressive and reflective of their religious and cultural values. The city's urban layout is characterized by large ceremonial centers, such as the Akapana Pyramid and the semi-subterranean temple, that were designed with precision and care. The Akapana Pyramid, a massive terrace structure, was possibly used for religious rituals and may have symbolized the sacred mountain. The semi-subterranean temple, with its sunken walls and stone figures embedded within them, is a unique feature that underscores the Tiwanaku's connection to the earth and the cosmos. This temple is thought to have been a site for complex ceremonies involving gods associated with fertility, water, and agriculture. The city of Tiwanaku was built with a sense of order and alignment that reflects a deep understanding of astronomical and environmental patterns. The structures were oriented according to celestial events, such as solstices and equinoxes, highlighting the Tiwanaku's reverence for the heavens and their ability to integrate this knowledge into their architecture. The precision in the placement of stones and the scale of these structures demonstrate the civilization's advanced engineering capabilities, while also serving religious and political purposes. In conclusion, Tiwanaku's unique sculptural and architectural styles reveal a civilization that was deeply intertwined with its religious beliefs, political structure, and environment. Their monumental art and architecture were not only feats of engineering, but also mediums for conveying power, spiritual connection, and cosmological understanding. These artistic traditions would leave a lasting influence on the Andean world, particularly in the development of later civilizations, such as the Inca. The Akapana Pyramid and its artifacts. The Akapana Pyramid, one of the most significant and monumental structures of Tiwanaku, serves as both a testament to the civilization's architectural mastery and a central element of their religious and ceremonial life. Situated at the heart of the ancient city, the pyramid's massive scale and symbolic design reflect the Tiwanaku's deep cosmological beliefs and political power. Built with precisely cut stones, the pyramid's terraced structure was not just an architectural feat, but also a focal point for rituals that connected the Tiwanaku to their gods and the natural world. Rising about 16 meters high, the Akapana Pyramid was likely a site of grand religious ceremonies and possibly served as an astronomical observatory. Its design, with multiple platforms or terraces, is believed to symbolize the sacred mountain, a common motif in Andean cultures that represents the connection between the earth and the heavens. The pyramidal form itself evokes the idea of ascension, both literally in its height and figuratively in the sense of elevating the soul to the divine. The alignment of the pyramid with the cardinal directions and key celestial events, such as solstices, demonstrates the Tiwanaku's sophisticated understanding of astronomy and its integration into their religious practices. Artifacts associated with the Akapana Pyramid provide further insights into the Tiwanaku's cultural and religious practices. Excavations around the pyramid have uncovered offerings and ceremonial objects, many of which appeared to be connected to the worship of deities and the natural forces that governed life in the Altiplano. These artifacts include pottery, figurines, and fragments of textiles, all of which bear the distinctive Tiwanaku style. Some of the pottery vessels feature iconography that represents animals, fertility, and the cosmic order, reflecting the Tiwanaku's deep reverence for the natural world and the divine forces they believed controlled it. One of the most notable artifacts found near the Akapana Pyramid is a stone sculpture of a human face, often interpreted as a depiction of a deity or an important ruler. This figure, part of the larger ceremonial complex, illustrates the central role of symbolism in Tiwanaku art. It is likely that such sculptures were used to invoke the presence of deities during ritual performances, reinforcing the belief that the rulers had a direct link to divine forces. The Akapana Pyramid, along with the artifacts associated with it, exemplifies the Tiwanaku's ability to combine artistry, religious symbolism, and architectural innovation. The pyramid was not just a physical structure, it was a manifestation of the Tiwanaku worldview, linking the earth, the heavens, and the divine in a tangible and powerful way. The artifacts uncovered at the site serve as reminders of the intricate and deeply spiritual society that built this remarkable structure, offering a glimpse into the complex rituals and beliefs that defined the Tiwanaku civilization. Tiwanaku religious and ceremonial art. Tiwanaku's religious and ceremonial art stands as one of the most profound expressions of the civilization's spiritual worldview, offering insight into their connection to deities, cosmology, and the natural world. Located on the shores of Lake Titicaca in the Andean Altiplano, Tiwanaku culture flourished between 500 and 1000 CE, developing a unique artistic language that merged political power with religious symbolism. The art produced in Tiwanaku, whether in monumental sculptures, pottery, or textiles, was deeply tied to the sacred and performed crucial roles in ritualistic ceremonies meant to ensure the prosperity of the community. Religious art in Tiwanaku was primarily focused on the reverence of gods and natural forces that governed life. The civilization believed in a complex pantheon, with deities associated with the sun, moon, fertility, agriculture, and water. These gods were often represented through anthropomorphic figures, intricate designs, and symbolic motifs that linked their divine power to the natural world. The famous semi-subterranean temple, for instance, is adorned with stone heads carved into its walls, representing these powerful deities. These figures, many of which resemble human faces with serpent-like features, symbolize the union of the earthly and divine realms. They also likely played a role in rituals where the Tiwanaku sought favor and blessings from these gods. Ceremonial art was central to Tiwanaku society, and it is evident in their grand architectural structures. The Akapana Pyramid, for example, was designed to serve as a monumental stage for religious ceremonies. The terraces and steps of the pyramid were places where offerings were made, and the stone carvings and sculptures found around the site suggest that these rituals were accompanied by art that conveyed power, divinity, and cosmic order. Artworks from the site frequently depict creatures and symbols associated with fertility, agriculture, and cosmic balance, reinforcing the importance of the natural world in Tiwanaku spirituality. Tiwanaku pottery also played a significant role in religious ceremonies. Many vessels were crafted with geometric and zoomorphic designs, which likely had symbolic meanings linked to the gods and the elements. These ceramics were often used in offerings and burial rites, with their forms representing both functional and spiritual purposes. Additionally, the Tiwanaku people used textiles to adorn their ceremonial spaces and themselves, with designs often reflecting the themes of agriculture, the cosmos, and the divine. Through their religious and ceremonial art, the Tiwanaku civilization expressed a profound connection between their political rulers, the divine, and the natural world. Their art was not merely decorative. It was a vital medium through which they communicated with the gods, sought divine intervention, and reinforced their societal values. The lasting impact of Tiwanaku's religious art can be seen in its influence on later Andean cultures, including the Inca, who incorporated many of these symbols and practices into their own religious and ceremonial traditions. The decline and cultural influence of Tiwanaku. The decline of the Tiwanaku civilization remains one of the most debated topics in Andean archaeology. By the 10th century CE, the once thriving city-state began to experience a gradual collapse that led to its abandonment. While the exact reasons for this decline remain uncertain, several factors likely contributed to the fall of Tiwanaku. Environmental changes, such as droughts or the alteration of the region's agricultural systems, may have severely impacted the civilization's ability to sustain itself. The Altiplano region, with its harsh and variable climate, relied heavily on agriculture, particularly the cultivation of crops like potatoes and quinoa, and any disruption to this system would have had devastating effects. Additionally, social and political instability, such as internal strife or external pressures from neighboring cultures, could have played a role in weakening Tiwanaku's influence. Despite the decline of Tiwanaku as a political entity, its cultural and artistic legacy lived on and continued to influence subsequent Andean civilizations, particularly the Inca. The Inca Empire, which emerged several centuries after Tiwanaku's fall, absorbed many of the cultural practices, religious beliefs, and artistic styles developed by the earlier civilization. Tiwanaku's architecture, particularly its emphasis on monumental stonework and the integration of cosmic symbolism into its urban design, had a profound impact on Inca construction techniques. The iconic Tiwanaku style, with its distinctive geometric patterns and zoomorphic motifs, also influenced Inca art, especially in ceramics and textiles. Religious and ceremonial practices from Tiwanaku also played a significant role in the development of Andean culture. Tiwanaku's complex pantheon of deities, as well as its agricultural rituals tied to the natural world, were integrated into Inca religious practices. The Inca, like the Tiwanaku, placed great importance on the worship of the sun, moon, and agricultural fertility, and many of the gods and symbols of Tiwanaku found their way into Inca worship. Tiwanaku's use of ritualized offerings, including pottery, textiles, and figurines, was also adopted by later Andean cultures as a means of maintaining divine favor. Tiwanaku's influence extended beyond the Inca. The symbolic language of Tiwanaku, particularly its integration of human and animal motifs, continued to appear in the art of other Andean cultures, demonstrating the enduring legacy of its artistic traditions. Even after the fall of Tiwanaku, its role as a cultural and religious center helped shape the development of Andean civilizations for centuries to come. While the reasons for its decline remain complex, the lasting influence of Tiwanaku's art, architecture, and religious practices underscores its importance as a foundational civilization in the Andean world. Chapter 11. The Inca, the pinnacle of Andean civilization. The Inca Empire, the largest and most powerful civilization in pre-Columbian South America, stands as the pinnacle of Andean civilization, reaching its height in the 15th and early 16th centuries. The Incas, with their capital at Cusco, spanned a vast territory along the western coast of South America, from present-day Colombia to Chile. The empire's remarkable achievements in governance, agriculture, architecture, and art demonstrate the advanced sophistication of Inca society, which integrated earlier Andean traditions with new innovations that helped unite their vast empire. One of the most significant aspects of Inca civilization was its ability to govern a diverse array of peoples, languages, and cultures. Through a combination of military conquest, diplomacy, and the strategic incorporation of local customs, the Incas created an extensive network of roads, bridges, and communication systems that linked the farthest reaches of their empire. This infrastructure not only allowed for the efficient movement of armies and goods, but also facilitated the spread of Inca cultural and artistic practices. Inca art, therefore, became a unifying force, expressing both imperial power and religious beliefs, while simultaneously incorporating regional styles and motifs from the many cultures within the empire. Inca art and architecture were deeply connected to the concept of power and the divine. The Incas built monumental structures such as the temples of Machu Picchu, the fortress Sacsayhuaman, and the Sun Temple at Coricancha. These sites were not only symbols of political authority, but also centers of religious worship. Inca architecture was known for its precision and innovation, with stones carefully fitted together without mortar, creating structures that have endured for centuries. Inca art was equally refined, with intricate metalwork, textiles, and ceramics. Gold and silver were particularly prized and often used in ceremonial contexts, such as offerings to the gods or as gifts for the emperor. These materials symbolized divine light and were considered to have sacred power. The religious significance of Inca art cannot be overstated. The Incas believed in a pantheon of gods and spirits, and their art often depicted these deities and their cosmic powers. The sun god Inti, for example, was central to Inca religion, and his image was featured prominently in art, architecture, and rituals. The Incas' reverence for the natural world is also reflected in their artistic representations of animals, plants, and celestial bodies. Art was not just a form of aesthetic expression. It was a means of connecting with the divine and reinforcing the emperor's status as the son of the sun. As the Inca Empire expanded and flourished, it synthesized the artistic and cultural traditions of the diverse peoples it encountered, creating a unique and powerful artistic language that continues to influence Andean culture to this day. Through their art and architecture, the Incas left an indelible mark on the history of the Americas, demonstrating the enduring power of Andean civilization. Origins and expansion of the Inca Empire. The Inca Empire, which ultimately became the largest pre-Columbian civilization in the Americas, had humble beginnings before expanding to encompass vast territories across the Andean region. The origins of the Inca Empire trace back to the small, agricultural kingdom of Cusco, located in the highlands of present-day Peru. According to Inca legends and historical records, the empire's founding is attributed to the first Inca ruler, Pachacuti, who ascended the throne in the 15th century. Pachacuti, whose name means earth-shaker, transformed the small kingdom of Cusco into a formidable power through a combination of military conquest, strategic alliances, and religious legitimacy. Pachacuti's reign marked a critical turning point in Inca history as he began to expand the empire through a series of military campaigns that would last for several decades. By the time of his death, the Inca Empire had already stretched across a vast expanse of the Andean highlands, encompassing much of modern-day Peru, Ecuador, Chile, Bolivia, and Argentina. This rapid expansion was made possible through the Incas' highly organized military and social structures, which allowed them to efficiently manage large numbers of soldiers and resources. The Incas utilized a system of roads, bridges, and a centralized bureaucracy to facilitate communication and control over their vast territories. The expansion of the Inca Empire was not just a military endeavor, but also involved the integration of various cultures, languages, and peoples into the empire structure. The Inca rulers adopted a policy of mitmac, or forced resettlement, moving conquered peoples from their original homelands to new regions in the empire. This helped to weaken resistance and establish loyalty to the Inca state. Furthermore, the Incas were pragmatic in their approach to governance. They allowed conquered regions to maintain their local customs, religions, and languages, as long as they acknowledged Inca authority and paid tribute. The Incas' religious and cultural influence also played a significant role in their expansion. The worship of the sun god Inti was central to Inca identity, and the empire's rulers claimed to be direct descendants of the sun. As the empire expanded, the Incas' religious practices and symbols were spread throughout their territories, creating a unified spiritual and cultural framework. The Inca also established monumental architectural projects, such as the construction of temples, palaces, and agricultural terraces, which served to demonstrate the empire's power and foster a sense of unity. By the time of the Spanish conquest in the early 16th century, the Inca Empire had reached its zenith under the rule of Pachacuti's descendants, most notably his grandson Atahualpa. However, the empire's rapid expansion, coupled with internal tensions and the complexities of governing such a vast territory, would eventually contribute to its downfall. Despite the Spanish conquest, the legacy of the Inca Empire continues to influence Andean culture and history to this day. Inca architecture and engineering. Inca architecture and engineering stand as monumental achievements of pre-Columbian civilization, reflecting both the empire's advanced technical skills and its profound understanding of the natural world. The Incas were not only master builders, but also highly pragmatic engineers who utilized the resources available to them to create functional, lasting structures. Their works are marked by impressive stone construction, sophisticated agricultural systems, and cutting-edge civil engineering techniques that allowed them to build and maintain their vast empire. One of the most distinctive features of Inca architecture was the precision with which they cut and shaped stones. The Incas are renowned for their dry stone construction, where large, precisely cut stones were placed without mortar. This technique, exemplified in structures like the walls of Sacsayhuaman in Cusco, was designed to withstand the frequent seismic activity of the Andean region. The stones were so perfectly fitted that even a blade of grass could not fit between them, a testament to the skill and craftsmanship of Inca stonemasons. This method ensured the durability of their buildings, which have withstood centuries of earthquakes and other natural forces. The Incas also excelled in urban planning. Cities like Cusco, the empire's capital, were carefully organized with a central plaza, religious temples, and an efficient road network. The city was laid out in a shape that mirrored the sacred landscape, with specific locations designated for key political, religious, and social activities. At the heart of Cusco stood the Coricancha, the Temple of the Sun, which was the most important religious site in the empire. The temple's walls, once covered in gold leaf, were a reflection of the Inca reverence for the sun god, Inti, and their devotion to the natural world. In addition to monumental buildings, the Incas revolutionized agriculture with their terrace farming techniques. The steep Andean mountains were transformed into arable land through the construction of agricultural terraces, which prevented erosion, improved irrigation, and allowed the cultivation of diverse crops at varying altitudes. These terraces are still visible today in places like the Sacred Valley and Machu Picchu, where the Inca utilized the natural topography to maximize agricultural productivity. The Inca road system was another remarkable engineering feat. Spanning more than 14,000 miles, the network of roads connected distant regions of the empire, facilitating communication, trade, and military movements. Along these roads, the Incas built suspension bridges, stepping stones, and rest houses to support their logistical needs. The road system helped unify the empire, making it easier to administer and coordinate the vast territories under Inca rule. Inca architecture and engineering were not just a means of creating physical structures, but were also deeply tied to the Inca worldview. Each building, road, and agricultural terrace was carefully designed to harmonize with the environment and the cosmos, reflecting the empire's spiritual and pragmatic principles. Through these architectural and engineering innovations, the Incas left a lasting legacy that continues to inspire awe and admiration. Iconography in Inca art. Inca art was deeply intertwined with the empire's religious beliefs, social structure, and political power. The iconography in Inca art reflects their worldview, which was centered around the worship of nature, the divine, and the ancestors. Through symbols, motifs, and images, Inca artists communicated concepts of power, spirituality, and the cosmic order. The visual language of Inca art was not only a form of aesthetic expression, but also a powerful tool for reinforcing the social and political authority of the emperor and the gods. A key feature of Inca iconography is the prominence of celestial and natural elements. The sun god Inti was one of the central deities in Inca religion, and his image appeared frequently in art, particularly in gold and silver representations. As the son of the sun, the emperor claimed to be the direct descendant of Inti, and the iconography of the sun was used to reinforce the emperor's divine right to rule. In Inca textiles, pottery, and metalwork, the sun's rays, often stylized into geometric patterns, symbolized both the physical and spiritual nourishment that the sun provided to the people. These motifs were meant to remind the Inca subjects of their connection to the natural world and the divine order that governed their lives. Along with the sun, other natural elements such as the moon, stars, and mountains held significant symbolic value in Inca iconography. The moon was considered the sister of the sun, and lunar deities were also important in Inca religion. Mountains, particularly sacred peaks, were believed to be the dwelling places of powerful deities and ancestors. Inca art often depicted stylized mountains, rivers, and other geographic features, incorporating them into representations of the cosmos. These natural motifs were not only seen as sacred, but also symbolized the Incas' mastery over their environment through agriculture, engineering, and architecture. Animals were another crucial part of Inca iconography, with many species considered symbolic of different qualities or associated with specific gods. The puma, for example, symbolized strength and power, while the condor was a symbol of the sky and the divine. The serpent, often seen in textiles and ceramics, represented fertility and regeneration, while the llama was a central figure in daily life and commerce, representing the wealth and prosperity of the empire. Inca iconography was also rich in geometric patterns and abstract forms. These designs were used in textiles, pottery, and architecture to convey ideas of balance, harmony, and continuity. The repetitive use of geometric motifs in art was symbolic of the cosmic order, reflecting the Inca belief in the cyclical nature of time and the interconnectedness of all things. Through these carefully chosen symbols and motifs, Inca art created a visual language that was both a means of expressing devotion to the gods and a tool for reinforcing the political and social hierarchy of the empire. Iconography played a crucial role in shaping Inca identity, helping to unite the diverse peoples of the empire under a common spiritual and cultural framework. Inca textiles, ceramics, and metalwork. Inca craftsmanship in textiles, ceramics, and metalwork was extraordinary, reflecting the empire's cultural values, advanced technologies, and mastery over materials. These art forms not only served practical purposes, but also held deep symbolic significance, often connected to religion, social status, and the cosmological world the Incas believed in. The materials and techniques employed by Inca artisans were sophisticated, and their creations are considered some of the finest examples of pre-Columbian art. Inca textiles were perhaps the most iconic and valued art form in the empire. The Incas were known for their high-quality weaving, using cotton and alpaca wool to create intricate and durable fabrics. Textiles were essential for both everyday life and ceremonial purposes, often signifying the wearer's social rank or position. The most important textiles were woven by skilled artisans for the elite and the state, including the emperor, or Sapa Inca. These woven garments, such as the unku, a tunic, and likla, a shawl, were highly decorated with geometric patterns, which had symbolic meanings related to the natural world, cosmology, or Inca gods. Additionally, textiles were a medium for recording historical events, with designs used to document military victories or important cultural rituals. The use of vibrant colors, often derived from plant dyes, further contributed to the visual impact and significance of these garments. Textiles also had ritual importance, as certain fabrics were used in religious ceremonies and to honor deities like Inti, the sun god. Ceramics were another significant part of Inca art, with pottery serving both practical and symbolic purposes. Inca ceramics were typically hand-shaped, although some were made using molds. They were designed to store food, water, and other materials, but they were also intricately decorated. Pottery pieces often featured geometric patterns, depictions of animals, or human faces, and some vessels had spouts shaped like animals or other creatures, indicating the importance of these motifs in Inca religious beliefs. Ceramics were used in rituals and ceremonies, with ceremonial vessels frequently used for offering food or liquids to the gods. The depiction of human figures, often stylized in exaggerated forms, was particularly notable in Inca art, as these figures symbolized both the living and the divine. Inca metalwork, made from gold, silver, and copper, was perhaps the most revered craft of all. The Incas did not use metal coins or a standardized currency, but they did use metal objects for ceremonial purposes, prestige, and tribute. Gold, which represented the sun, was highly valued, and it was used to create elaborate ornaments, jewelry, and ritual objects, often intended for the elite or as offerings to the gods. Gold and silver were shaped into intricate pieces, such as masks, jewelry, and figurines, while copper was often used for tools and weapons. The Incas' ability to alloy metals and create stunningly detailed and durable artifacts displayed their expertise in metallurgy. They utilized advanced techniques such as casting, alloying, and gilding to produce pieces that not only served as markers of status, but also held spiritual significance. Together, Inca textiles, ceramics, and metalwork embody the empire's artistic and technological achievements. These art forms were not merely aesthetic. They were deeply connected to the spiritual and social fabric of the Inca world, reflecting the power of the state, the divine, and the intricate relationship between the natural and supernatural realms. The role of art in Inca religion and power. Inca art was fundamentally intertwined with the empire's religious and political structure. Art was not just a form of personal or aesthetic expression. It was a powerful tool used to enforce the divine authority of the emperor and to communicate the sacredness of the Inca cosmos. Artworks, from textiles to metalwork, pottery to monumental architecture, served as vehicles for reinforcing religious beliefs, consolidating political power, and maintaining the Inca worldview. At the center of Inca religion was the worship of nature and celestial bodies, most notably the sun god Inti. The emperor, or Sapa Inca, was believed to be the direct descendant of Inti and therefore a living god. This divine connection was reflected in the art commissioned by the emperor and the ruling class. Art was used to project the emperor's divine status and to legitimize his absolute authority. For example, royal garments, often intricately woven with gold and other precious materials, were not only symbols of wealth, but also divine markers of the emperor's sacred role as the son of the sun. These textiles, decorated with intricate geometric patterns and animal motifs, were as much a representation of divine power as they were of political stature. Inca art also played a crucial role in religious rituals and ceremonies. Temples, shrines, and ceremonial spaces were adorned with art that was specifically designed to honor the gods and to communicate with the divine. The Temple of the Sun in Cusco, for example, was richly decorated with gold and silver to reflect the importance of Inti. Ceremonial objects, such as sacred vessels, figurines, and ritual masks, were crafted with precise symbolism to represent the gods, ancestors, and cosmic forces. These objects were often used in offerings and sacrifices, solidifying the relationship between the physical world and the spiritual realm. Art also had political significance, serving to reinforce the social hierarchy and the notion of divine rule. Iconography in art frequently depicted the emperor's connection to the gods, reinforcing the belief that the Sapa Inca was not only a ruler, but also a divine intermediary between the gods and the people. This connection was reinforced by the art found in public spaces, royal palaces, and temples, which were designed to constantly remind subjects of the emperor's celestial authority. Furthermore, Inca art was used to depict the forces of nature and the cosmos, which were central to the Inca worldview. Natural motifs such as the sun, moon, mountains, and animals were commonly used to convey the interconnectedness of all things in the universe. These symbols were not only religious, but also political, as they reinforced the emperor's role as the mediator between the gods, the land, and his people. The physical act of creating and displaying art was thus a way of maintaining the social order, affirming the emperor's legitimacy, and ensuring the continued favor of the gods. In essence, Inca art was much more than decoration. It was a means of expressing religious devotion, consolidating power, and maintaining the unity of the Inca Empire. Through art, the Incas communicated their beliefs, solidified their political dominance, and reaffirmed their relationship with the divine forces that shaped their world. Chapter 12, Artistic Legacy and Cultural Exchange. The artistic legacy of the ancient Americas is vast and diverse, shaped by a myriad of civilizations that span from the Olmecs to the Incas. These cultures developed distinct artistic traditions that reflected their unique belief systems, social structures, and relationships with the natural world. While each civilization produced its own remarkable works of art, they were also part of a larger cultural network in which artistic ideas, techniques, and styles were exchanged, adapted, and transformed over time. The legacy of these ancient cultures continues to influence the arts and cultural identity of modern Latin America, while their artistic innovations remain a testament to their sophisticated understanding of the world around them. The Olmecs, often regarded as the mother culture of Mesoamerica, set the foundation for many artistic practices in the region. Their colossal heads, intricate jade carvings, and the development of early Mesoamerican iconography influenced subsequent civilizations such as the Maya and Teotihuacan. The Maya, for example, inherited and expanded upon Olmec artistic traditions, creating highly detailed pottery, sculptural works, and the development of the codex, a form of visual storytelling that became central to their culture. The Maya also excelled in architectural design and urban planning, with grand pyramids and elaborate palaces that remain some of the most iconic symbols of Mesoamerican art. Similarly, the influence of Teotihuacan's architectural grandeur and its sophisticated use of murals can be seen in later civilizations, including the Zapotecs and Mixtecs. The large-scale murals of Teotihuacan, which depicted deities, rituals, and celestial themes, inspired similar artistic expressions in other cultures across Mesoamerica. Teotihuacan's use of color, symbolism, and abstraction left an indelible mark on the visual language of the region. In South America, the Inca Empire, the largest and most powerful civilization in the Andean region, developed its own unique artistic style. The Incas built upon the artistic traditions of earlier Andean cultures, like the Moche and the Nazca. The Incas excelled in metallurgy, textile production, and ceramics, producing highly refined works that symbolized the connection between religion, politics, and the natural world. Their art was integral to the performance of rituals, the assertion of imperial power, and the maintenance of their vast empire. The concept of cultural exchange also extended beyond regional borders. In the Andes, the Tiwanaku and Wari civilizations influenced each other's artistic traditions, blending styles and techniques that would later inform Inca art. Likewise, in Mesoamerica, interactions between the Maya, Teotihuacan, and Zapotec cultures facilitated the exchange of artistic ideas, materials, and techniques. These exchanges were crucial in shaping the development of Mesoamerican and Andean art, fostering a rich and diverse artistic tradition that was constantly evolving. Today, the artistic achievements of these ancient civilizations continue to captivate and inspire contemporary artists and scholars. Their legacy lives on in the art, architecture, and cultural identity of modern Latin America, as well as in the broader global appreciation of indigenous art and culture. The art of the ancient Americas stands as a testament to the creativity, ingenuity, and spiritual depth of the civilizations that created it, offering a lasting legacy that continues to resonate across time and space. Cross-cultural influences in pre-Columbian art. Pre-Columbian art across the Americas reveals a complex web of cross-cultural influences that shaped the artistic traditions of diverse civilizations. These cultures, while geographically separated, were often in contact through trade, migration, and shared religious or political networks. As a result, artistic styles, materials, and techniques were exchanged and adapted, creating a dynamic and interconnected cultural landscape. The artistic interactions between civilizations such as the Olmecs, Maya, Teotihuacan, Zapotecs, Mixtecs, Moche, Nazca, and Inca are key to understanding the evolution of art in pre-Columbian America. In Mesoamerica, the influence of the Olmecs on later cultures like the Maya and Teotihuacan is especially prominent. The Olmecs' iconic colossal heads and jade carvings laid the groundwork for the development of similar sculptural traditions in the region. These Olmec innovations were carried forward by the Maya, whose monumental stone carvings, stelae, and altars borrowed heavily from Olmec iconography. The Maya also adopted and refined the use of codices, illustrated manuscripts that depicted historical events, deities, and rituals, an artistic form that was likely influenced by early Olmec traditions of visual storytelling. Teotihuacan's influence on subsequent Mesoamerican cultures is also significant. The city's architectural grandeur and the use of murals in temples and palaces spread throughout the region. The stylistic motifs and symbolic representation of deities seen in Teotihuacan's murals can be found in the art of cultures that followed, such as the Zapotecs and Mixtecs. The Zapotecs, for example, were known to integrate Teotihuacan-style iconography in their own art, particularly in their ceramic and stone works, reflecting the cultural exchange between these two influential civilizations. In the Andean region, the interaction between the Tiwanaku and Wari cultures created a shared artistic vocabulary that influenced the Inca Empire. The Tiwanaku's monumental architecture, stone sculpture, and symbolic iconography were integrated into the religious and political art of the Wari, which was later absorbed and further refined by the Incas. The Incas' distinctive style of textile weaving, ceramics, and metalwork was directly informed by these earlier Andean cultures, but with unique modifications that emphasized imperial power and religious devotion. Moreover, there were other forms of cross-cultural exchange that transcended direct cultural borders. Long-distance trade networks facilitated the movement of materials such as obsidian, turquoise, feathers, and textiles, which were highly valued by various cultures. These materials were not only used for artistic production, but also served as symbols of wealth and status. The exchange of materials, goods, and artistic ideas created a shared visual language that resonated across vast distances, from Mesoamerica to the Andes. Ultimately, the cross-cultural influences in pre-Columbian art are a testament to the interconnectedness of the ancient Americas. While each civilization developed its own distinct artistic traditions, they were also deeply influenced by their neighbors, creating a rich and diverse tapestry of artistic expression. These exchanges helped shape the cultural and artistic identity of the ancient Americas, leaving a legacy that continues to inform our understanding of pre-Columbian art today. The exchange of ideas through trade routes. The trade networks that spanned across pre-Columbian America played a crucial role in the exchange of not only goods, but also ideas, artistic styles, and cultural practices. These routes connected a variety of civilizations, each with their unique technologies, artistic traditions, and spiritual beliefs, fostering an environment where creative and intellectual exchanges could thrive. From the deserts of the American Southwest to the lush valleys of the Andes, these trade routes facilitated the movement of materials such as obsidian, ceramics, textiles, and precious metals, but they also served as pathways for the spread of artistic and religious ideas that shaped the artistic expressions of diverse cultures. In Mesoamerica, the extensive trade networks that linked the Olmecs, Maya, Teotihuacan, Zapotecs, and other cultures were instrumental in the exchange of both material wealth and artistic knowledge. For example, the Olmecs are often credited with laying the foundation for many of the region's artistic traditions, including the use of jade in sculpture and the development of certain iconographic motifs. Through trade, these materials and stylistic influences made their way to other civilizations. The Maya adopted Olmec influences, incorporating jade into their own works of art, particularly in the crafting of figurines and jewelry. Likewise, the shared use of symbolism, such as the jaguar motif, spread throughout Mesoamerica, becoming a recognizable symbol of power and divine authority in the art of the Maya and Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan itself became a center of artistic exchange, as its position as a key trade hub allowed it to influence neighboring regions. The murals of Teotihuacan, which often depicted deities and rituals, provided a model for other Mesoamerican cultures. For example, the Zapotecs, located in Oaxaca, were deeply influenced by Teotihuacan's iconography and architectural style. Their tomb art and ceramics reflected the intricate patterns and stylized depictions of gods and rulers that were common in Teotihuacan's artistic tradition. In the Andean region, the networks of trade routes that connected cultures like the Moche, Nazca, Wari, and Inca facilitated a similar exchange of goods and ideas. The Moche, known for their fine ceramics and portrait vessels, traded not only with neighboring cultures, but also with distant Andean peoples. As a result, the Moche's distinctive artistic techniques, such as their realistic portraiture and detailed depictions of ceremonial life, spread throughout the region. The Nazca, for instance, adapted the Moche's iconography into their own art, particularly in the form of pottery and textiles. Perhaps the most notable example of exchange through trade in the Andes is the spread of Wari and Tiwanaku styles, which influenced Inca art. The Inca Empire, with its vast network of roads and trading routes, assimilated the artistic traditions of earlier cultures. Wari architecture, textiles, and ceramics were adapted by the Incas to reinforce their imperial identity and religious practices. These trade networks, which spanned both Mesoamerica and the Andes, not only facilitated the exchange of goods, but also allowed for the dissemination of artistic ideas, techniques, and religious symbolism. As a result, the art of pre-Columbian civilizations across the Americas was far from isolated. Rather, it was shaped by a dynamic process of cultural interaction that left a profound impact on the visual languages of these ancient societies. Through these interconnected trade routes, ideas flowed freely, creating a rich and diverse artistic legacy that continues to influence the cultural identity of the Americas today. The art of ritual and symbolism across civilizations. Across the pre-Columbian civilizations of the Americas, art was deeply intertwined with ritual and symbolism. These cultures used visual representation not only as a means of aesthetic expression, but also as a way to communicate complex religious beliefs, cosmological views, and political ideologies. Rituals, often tied to religious observances, were a key component of daily life. And art played a vital role in mediating the divine, reinforcing social structures, and maintaining cultural continuity. From Mesoamerica to the Andes, the art of ritual and symbolism reflects each civilization's unique understanding of the cosmos, the divine, and the role of humans within that framework. In Mesoamerica, the Olmecs, Maya, Teotihuacan, and Zapotecs all utilized art in their religious and ceremonial life. For the Olmecs, monumental stone heads and jaguar-shaped sculptures symbolized both political power and divine authority. These figures may have been linked to shamanistic practices, embodying the connection between the human and animal realms. The Maya, known for their sophisticated iconography, often used art to depict their gods and their interactions with the underworld and the heavens. Murals, stelae, and ceramics frequently illustrated mythological stories where divine beings communicated with rulers and gods were invoked in ceremonies to ensure agricultural fertility or military victory. Teotihuacan, a center of ritual life, produced extensive murals and sculptures that depicted gods such as Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, often with symbolic associations related to the cycles of life, death, and regeneration. Ritual was central to Teotihuacan society, and their art reinforced their cosmological beliefs, with temples and monuments designed in alignment with celestial bodies to mark important ritual events. The Zapotecs, located in Oaxaca, similarly linked art with the cosmos, using symbolic imagery in their tomb art and ceramic vessels to honor ancestors and gods. These works often depicted deities in anthropomorphic and zoomorphic forms, conveying a sense of continuity between the living and the dead. In the Andes, civilizations such as the Moche, Nazca, and Inca also used art as a means of spiritual and ritual expression. The Moche, for example, crafted intricate ceramic portrait vessels that may have been used in burial rituals or ceremonial offerings. Their art often depicted gods, warriors, and supernatural beings, underscoring the connection between humans and the divine. The Nazca, best known for their colossal geoglyphs, created large-scale earthworks that likely had ritual significance, possibly linked to astronomical events and the deities they worshipped. In the Inca Empire, art was employed as a tool to consolidate imperial power, with ceremonial textiles and monumental sculptures used in state rituals that invoked the sun god Inti and reinforced the divine status of the emperor. Across all these civilizations, art was not simply decorative, it was imbued with meaning. Whether through the creation of sacred spaces, the production of ritual objects, or the depiction of deities and cosmic forces, art served as a vehicle for understanding the divine and the natural world. Symbolism, deeply rooted in religious and political ideologies, allowed these cultures to convey complex ideas about the nature of existence, the afterlife, and the interconnectedness of all life forms. Through their art, these ancient civilizations created lasting legacies that continue to inform our understanding of their societies, their values, and their spiritual beliefs. Artistic continuities and divergences in the Americas. Throughout the ancient Americas, art served as a universal means of expression, helping to shape cultural identities, convey religious and political beliefs, and reinforce social hierarchies. Despite the vast geographical distances and varying environmental contexts that separated different civilizations, there were notable continuities in artistic themes, materials, and methods, as well as significant divergences that reflected unique cultural values and regional influences. These shared and distinct artistic practices offer insight into the ways in which indigenous peoples across the Americas interacted with their surroundings and each other, shaping their societies and leaving enduring legacies. One of the most prominent continuities across the Americas was the use of art to express religious and ritualistic themes. Many civilizations, from the Olmec in Mesoamerica to the Inca in the Andes, used symbolic motifs to represent gods, supernatural beings, and cosmic forces. In Mesoamerica, for example, jaguar imagery appeared across different cultures, symbolizing power, divinity, and the connection between the natural and spiritual realms. Similarly, the Andean civilizations, including the Nazca, Moche, and Inca, often depicted deities with anthropomorphic or zoomorphic features, reinforcing the idea of the interrelationship between humans, animals, and the divine. The use of art to communicate these shared beliefs provided a common language for spiritual expression, even as these motifs evolved and adapted to local contexts. In terms of materials, many civilizations across the Americas also shared a preference for working with durable substances that could withstand the test of time. Obsidian, a volcanic glass prized for its sharpness and sheen, was used widely across Mesoamerica and the Andes for the crafting of tools, weapons, and ceremonial objects. Similarly, the use of precious metals such as gold and silver became a hallmark of elite art in many societies, symbolizing wealth, divine favor, and power. These materials not only facilitated artistic expression, but also reflected the societal importance of luxury and prestige. In textiles, both Mesoamerican and Andean cultures excelled in creating intricate woven garments, often using vibrant dyes to symbolize status and identity. At the same time, significant divergences in artistic styles and forms can be seen in the different regions of the Americas. In Mesoamerica, for example, the Olmec's monumental stone heads and Teotihuacan's architectural achievements reflected a focus on large-scale public art that served political and ceremonial purposes. In contrast, the Andean region, particularly the Moche and Nazca, placed greater emphasis on smaller-scale works like ceramic vessels, textiles, and geoglyphs. The Moche's portrait vessels, with their highly detailed depictions of human faces, stood in stark contrast to the abstract and stylized forms often seen in Mesoamerican art. Architecture also illustrates these regional differences. The Inca, for example, developed a distinctive style of stone construction characterized by precisely cut, interlocking stones that required no mortar. This architectural technique was emblematic of their engineering prowess and their emphasis on durability and control. On the other hand, the Maya, although known for their impressive pyramids and temples, incorporated decorative reliefs and stucco work, focusing more on elaborate ornamentation to convey meaning. These continuities and divergences in art across the Americas reflect both the shared human experience and the unique responses of different cultures to their environments, spiritual beliefs, and social structures. While the underlying themes of religion, power, and identity remain consistent across the continent, each civilization's distinct cultural context influenced how they expressed these themes through artistic forms, materials, and techniques. As such, the art of the ancient Americas serves as a testament to both the unity and diversity of these civilizations, offering a rich tapestry of visual language that continues to inspire and inform our understanding of their histories. The lasting impact on contemporary indigenous art. The artistic traditions of ancient indigenous civilizations in the Americas continue to resonate in contemporary indigenous art, reflecting a rich heritage that has survived centuries of change. While modern artists in indigenous communities may engage with new materials, technologies, and global art movements, their works often draw from the deep well of cultural and spiritual traditions established by their ancestors. The legacy of ancient art is not only evident in visual aesthetics, but also in the preservation and evolution of symbolic practices, craftsmanship, and storytelling. This connection between past and present demonstrates the resilience and adaptability of indigenous cultures in the face of colonialism and modernity. One of the most significant continuities between ancient and contemporary indigenous art is the use of symbolism to communicate cultural identity and spiritual beliefs. In ancient times, symbols were used to represent the divine, natural elements, and the connections between them, as seen in the art of civilizations such as the Maya, Aztec, and Inca. Today, indigenous artists still incorporate these symbols into their work, drawing on their cultural heritage to assert identity, resist cultural assimilation, and celebrate ancestral knowledge. For instance, the use of geometric patterns, animal motifs, and representations of the human figure, so prevalent in the art of the ancient Americas, remains a key component of contemporary indigenous art. These motifs are not just decorative, but carry profound meaning, linking the artists to their community's traditions and beliefs. Ceramics, textiles, and sculpture also continue to be important forms of expression. In the Andes, the techniques used by the Moche and Nazca civilizations to create ceramic vessels and textiles are still practiced today by indigenous artisans who create intricate, often symbolic pieces that carry forward traditional methods while engaging with contemporary themes. Similarly, many Native American tribes in North America continue to create pottery and woven textiles that preserve ancestral techniques while addressing modern-day concerns such as environmentalism, identity, and political activism. In addition to these more traditional mediums, contemporary indigenous artists also incorporate new forms of expression, including photography, painting, and multimedia art, to explore the intersection of tradition and modernity. Indigenous artists have been instrumental in the decolonization of art by reclaiming their cultural narratives and using art as a means to challenge historical misrepresentations, engage in social justice movements, and promote indigenous rights. The emphasis on storytelling through art, which was central to the art of the ancient Americas, is similarly important today as indigenous artists continue to tell their stories, both personal and collective, in innovative and powerful ways. Ultimately, the lasting impact of ancient indigenous art on contemporary practices lies in its ability to bridge the past and present. While contemporary indigenous artists may work within a globalized art world, their work is deeply rooted in the traditions of their ancestors, allowing them to maintain a powerful connection to their cultural heritage. Through this art, they continue to assert their identity, resist cultural erasure, and ensure the survival of their histories and traditions for future generations. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The art of the ancient Americas, spanning from the Olmecs to the Incas, offers a profound testament to the creativity, spirituality, and sophistication of the indigenous cultures of the continent. These civilizations, separated by vast distances and varying environments, each developed unique artistic traditions that nonetheless shared common themes and purposes, reflecting universal human concerns such as identity, power, religion, and the relationship between the natural and spiritual worlds. Their art was not merely decorative, it was an integral part of their daily lives, ritual and political structures, serving to convey complex ideas and sustain cultural continuity. From the monumental stone heads of the Olmecs to the intricate textiles and ceramics of the Andean civilizations, the artworks of the ancient Americas reveal a deep engagement with both the physical world and the unseen forces that shape their lives. In Mesoamerica, grand architectural feats like the pyramids of Teotihuacan and the Maya step temples spoke to the civilization's advanced understanding of engineering and their symbolic relationship with the cosmos. Meanwhile, the smaller-scale works of the Moche, Zapotec, and Mixtec, such as portrait vessels, codices, and gold jewelry, demonstrated an exceptional attention to detail, personal expression, and reverence for the sacred. These societies also shared a profound connection to their environments, which influenced both their artistic materials and subject matter. From the lush forests of the Olmec heartland to the arid landscapes of the Andes, the geography and climate shaped the materials available for artistic creation: obsidian, gold, textiles, clay, and stone, and in turn influenced the iconography that adorned their works. Whether depicting deities, animals, or rulers, their art conveyed a worldview that integrated nature, the divine, and human society into a single harmonious vision. In the context of contemporary indigenous art, the legacy of these ancient cultures endures. Modern indigenous artists continue to draw on the rich iconography and symbolic language established by their ancestors, creating art that both honors tradition and engages with contemporary issues. Through their work, they assert their cultural identity, challenge historical narratives, and ensure that the stories of their peoples continue to be told. Ultimately, the art of the ancient Americas represents much more than an aesthetic achievement. It is a reflection of the enduring human desire to connect with the divine, to record history, and to assert one's place within a larger cultural and natural world. The legacy of these civilizations lives on not only in their art, but also in the ongoing resilience of their descendants, who continue to shape the cultural landscape of the Americas today.